and what you do?
Sure. I've been in Grass Valley for over 20 years. I'm an estate planning attorney, wills, trusts, probate when people don't do their wills and trusts.
Okay.
And I personally just rescued a little Pyrenees dog.
Oh,
And I have
lovely.
2 standard poodles.
Oh, there you
But
go.
I can't forget the horses
Yeah.
and the donkey. So that's my family.
Oh, amazing, amazing. So we're here to definitely talk about estate planning. That's a huge topic of conversation that we see here at the animal shelter. We get a lot of animals in where their owners have since passed away, and unfortunately in their will, there was not anything written in there for the animals. So let's talk a little bit about like what that process could look like for people that are interested in doing
So
that.
people have wills, they have trusts, and the trust basically handles the money, and the wills handle personal property generally. If you have a will and it says $5,000 to the person who takes my animal, then whoever's designated to take your animal will receive that animal and some support for that, for their care. So a will basically, or trust, will have a provision that says, this person I trust and I want that person to manage. But it takes a little research. It takes a little bit of time that says, hey, who will take my animal? Yeah. My mom has a little miniature poodle. She's 95. And at some point, somebody's, I'm going to have to find a home for that little 10-year-old poodle.
Yeah. Well, yeah, so it's super important for everybody to consider that. I mean, we see this all the time here at the shelter where we get animals in and, they're scared shut down when they come to the shelter, especially just having their owners pass away. It's a super traumatic experience for them. So it's really good to think about that when you guys are planning your wills, and if you're meeting with Valerie, doing stuff like that, please bring it up. It's an amazing thing to really have in your will. So that way your animals don't have to come to the shelter.
And you want to identify someone who will take care.
Yeah.
Or like for me, I have horses, and I have my niece who's from New York. She's going to be my trustee. She doesn't know anything about horses.
Yeah.
So I have someone in my trust that says, Laura, go talk to JD about my horses if I were to pass away.
Yeah.
So
definitely.
But I want to add another thing.
Yeah. Go for it.
If people are looking at estate planning, one of the most important things is IRAs. Who benefits in someone's IRA? If you nominate a charity like Sammie's Friends, that charity will get $100 out of $100. If you nominate your niece or nephew, that person will get $80 out of $100. It's only 80% because they have to pay income tax.
Yeah. So that's
a little plug for Sammie.
Yeah, and that's an amazing thing. I mean, if you're thinking about putting a nonprofit in your will, Sammie's would love that, and we get actually quite a few of those in, and we appreciate it so much just to even be thought of in that respect, and it goes toward our animals and all the wonderful care that we do for our animals here. So we really appreciate that. Well, Valerie, it's been amazing having you here.
Thank you.
We appreciate you coming in and giving us your little spiel, and thank you so much for supporting Sammie's Friends.
Sure thing.
It's been great.
Thanks.
All right, everybody. Well, don't go away. We have more to come. Bands, food. We have puppy here, and there's just so much more to come. So please don't go away, and we'll see you guys back in a minute.
In Nevada County, every day is a second chance. At Sammie's Friends, we rescue, heal, and rehome pets who've been forgotten. Hello, I'm Fran Cole, the Executive Director of Sammie's Friends. We are a nonprofit animal shelter believes that every animal deserves the opportunity to thrive. Every day, with your help, we help injured, abandoned, and forgotten pets find love and a second chance. From emergency vet care to forever homes, Sammie's Friends is here because people like you care. With your help, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. We can't do this without you. Consider adopting, donating, or volunteering because every tale deserves a happy ending. In Nevada County, every day is a second chance. At Sammie's Friends, we shelter, heal, and rehome pets who've been forgotten. We're a nonprofit animal shelter in Nevada County, California, and every day we help injured, abandoned, and forgotten pets find love and a second chance. From emergency vet care to forever homes, Sammie's Friends is here because people like you care. From heartbreak to home, with your help, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. Adopt, donate, volunteer, because every tale deserves a happy ending.
Welcome back, Sammie's Friends. We're here at the Barkathon, and we are here with the lovely Fran Cole, our executive director. Fran, welcome.
Thank you, Emily.
Yeah. All right. So we are here today. Give us a little spiel.
Well, I'll tell you a little bit about the history of Sammie's Friends. It was formed in the early 2000s to provide extra medical care for shelter animals to make them adoptable. And then later, Sammie's Friends took over management of the Nevada County Animal Shelter on McCourtney Road. And I have a very long history with Sammie's Friends. I was the first dog walker in 2001. I'm an attorney. I've provided legal services pro bono to Sammie's Friends since then, and am very, very, very committed to the organization. And I want to start by really thanking our community. We are very unique in Nevada County in having a community that supports the animals. And it's become increasingly difficult. Emily will talk about some of our challenges in a minute, but what's really important to know is that Sammie's Friends does receive funding from the county for running the animal shelter. However, a large portion of the money that we spend helping animals in our community are from donors like you, from adopters like you, from volunteers. And we really need everyone in the community to step up and understand that in order for us to do our job and to support animals humanely in our county, we do need funding from the public. And Emily can talk a little bit about some of the challenges that we have faced over the last, 2 years with unprecedented numbers of animals, especially puppies and kittens, all of which have to be spayed or neutered before we release them to the public. So Emily, do you want to talk a little bit about the challenges?
Yeah, absolutely. Over the last 2 to 3 years, I would say we've had such an increase in the amount of animals that are coming through to our shelter. Like last year, we had 1,600 animals come through, and that's dogs, cats, kittens, puppies, livestock as well. And that is a huge, huge impact on the shelter. We typically operate about 130% over capacity on about 95% of the time. I would say we're operating over capacity. So it's very hard on us financially, and we do incredible work with the animals that that come through our doors. And unfortunately, there's a huge issue going on nationwide, not just here in our county, but we definitely feel it pretty heavily at Sammie's Friends. With people, the increase in vet care, spays and neuters have gone through the roof, and people just can't afford their animals anymore, and they can't afford to get them spayed and neutered. So then there's a lot of dumping that happens. There's unwanted litters of puppies and kittens. And then those come through our doors, and then we are responsible for caring for them and getting them spayed and neutered, getting them their medical care, and then placing them up for adoption. And we do a really, really, really wonderful job at that. And and livestock, when we get livestock in at the shelter, that's really hard, as Fran can attest. We have a very small little livestock area in the back of the shelter, and we don't have a lot of the resources for those animals. And I mean, we do absolutely wonderful with them, and we try to move them out as quickly as we can. But it's hard on a little shelter like ours. And if any of you have been to our shelter, you'll know it's pretty an outdated facility. So we definitely could use more funding and more people coming in and adopting, fostering. If you can't adopt, you can always foster. Fostering is great. I've fostered many animals through Sammie's Friends, and most of them have ended up staying with me, as Fran can attest to that as well. Foster fails over here, or as our team at Sammie's likes to say, foster success. So I mean, it's been a very crazy last year with all the animals coming in, puppies, kittens, Currently, right now, we have 97 kittens in foster care. So we are booming. Kitten season is here, and we are in need of foster homes, and we're in need of people to come adopt. So.
So please come down to Nevada County Media today at 355 Crown Point Circle in Grass Valley, because we will have kittens and puppies here that are available for adoption. And back to our community, and I wanted to first commend our wonderful staff. We have a very dedicated staff. No one works in animal welfare for the money. It's all about love for the animals, and our staff is extremely dedicated. We have over 400 volunteers at Sammie's Friends. Some work at the Sammie's Friends Nifty Thrifty thrift store. Some volunteer. We have fosters, we have dog walkers, and we welcome everyone in the community to come help us. And this will take the community for us and other shelters across the country to survive. One factor I've seen in other shelters across the state and really across the nation are shelters that cannot handle the number of animals that are coming in. And those shelters are having to euthanize. They're having to euthanize for behavior. They're having to, euthanize just because they can't take any more animals in. And our community, again, is unique in its support for Sammie's Friends and for animals generally. So I'd really like to encourage all of you to donate, to adopt, to volunteer, because we truly need you at Sammie's Friends.
All right. Well, everybody, don't go anywhere. Come on back. If you're at home and you don't have anything going on, come on down. We got music, we got food, we got puppies, and we're going to have kittens. There's a whole bunch of stuff going on. There's more great things to come. So please come on back.
Not to mention free admission.
Free admission. Fran, it's been awesome having you here. Thank you so much. And thank you guys. We'll be right back. In Nevada County, every day is a second chance. At Sammie's Friends, we rescue, heal, and rehome pets who have been forgotten. From heartbreak to home, with your help, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. Adopt, foster, donate, volunteer.
I just don't know. Slipping through my fingers all the time. I try to capture every minute, the feeling in it. Slipping through my fingers all the time. Do I really see what's in her mind? Each time I think I'm close to knowing, she keeps on growing, slipping through my fingers all the time. Sometimes I wish that I could phrase the picture and save it from the funny tricks of time, slipping through my fingers.
Part of Nevada County, there's a place where hope has a second chance. Meet Sammie's Friends, a nonprofit organization dedicated to rescuing, rehabilitating, and rehoming animals in need. Since 2004, Sammie's Friends has been a lifeline, providing medical care, love, and forever homes. Every animal deserves a second chance. That's why we do what we do. Thanks to supporters like you, these tails keep wagging. Part of Sammie's Friends, because every life matters. Donate today.
Welcome back, everyone, to Sammie's Friends Barkathon. I am here with the wonderful Lori Hennessy from the Office of Emergency Service. Thank you so much, Lori, for coming on up.
Well, thank you for having me.
Yeah, it's been a great day here at the Barkathon. Beautiful weather. It's 80 degrees outside. We got food trucks, guys. We got bands playing. We got puppies and kittens. So come on out and come see us here and support Sammie's Friends. So, Lori, Office of Emergency Services. You want to tell me a little bit about what that does for the community?
I would love to do that. We are responsible for coordinating the county's departments, local cities, and special districts to prevent, protect, mitigate, respond to, and recover from disasters. That's the official statement. But what we really do is we know we live in an area where we are high in wildfire area. And so we want to make sure our community members are prepared and have the resources that it takes in case that something were to come up, and to be planning and prepared to activate if necessary.
Yeah. And I know there have been a couple of times where I've almost had to evacuate my house, and I have about 9 animals, so I got a whole lot I got to pack up. So do you want to kind of talk about like what, like, like how that?
9 animals is a lot. I know with just my 2, it was quite a bit when we received an evacuation warning. I think the first thing and the foremost thing that I would mention is for you and your humans and your furry friends and pets and livestock and anything that you have within your household, you want to make sure that you sign up for Code Red. You want to know when an evacuation order or warning is taking place so that you have the time necessary to put your plan in place. And when I say put your plan in place, there are several different things that you have to do to make sure that you're ready to go, right?
Yeah. So what are those things that you want to be prepped for, like before all that?
So there's several things you want to do. One, you want to make sure you know your zone. You want to make sure that you know which zone you reside in and which zone other people that are close to you reside in, so that you know whether or not you're under an evacuation warning or maybe an order to leave.
Yeah.
And if you are, you want to then put that plan in place as quickly as possible. But knowing your zone is the first step. There's a lot of other things you can do to really then make sure that when you are ready to go, that you are all set and have everything you need to activate. So,
are there any like I know they do like the evacuation boxes. I have an evacuation box that has all of my dog's food and cat food and all of that stuff. So
absolutely,
let's talk about some evacuations.
Yeah. So anytime there's an evacuation warning or order, you should always have, not when it happens, but way before then, you should have your go bags ready.
Yes.
So all humans should have their go bags ready, but also for your pets. And your pets aren't going to be the ones packing it, so you got to do it for them, right? So you got to make sure that it's sitting at someplace that it's easily accessible to take and go. So you don't want to have it in the far backs of your closets where you have to go through and dig around to get it. You want to have it somewhere where as you're leaving, you're grabbing and you're going.
Yeah.
So for your smaller pets, that may be a kennel, and in that kennel you're going to have 2 weeks worth supply of food. You're going to have collars, leashes, you're going to have some of their treats, maybe a blanket of theirs. You're going to have some toys, things that are going to remind them of home, because they're going to know something's up. They're just not going to know all the details. So trying to keep them as calm as possible. And whereas humans, really, we only need about 3 days in our go bag, animals need about 2 weeks, because we don't know what's going to happen, and we don't know how long they're going to be somewhere where it may be different. So we want to make sure that we keep as much comfort of home with them while we are away from our actual residences or properties. So if you have larger animals, that's a bigger thing. You need to be thinking about a lot of different stuff. You need to be thinking about maybe a larger go bag, but you also have to have things like knowing your 5. So knowing your 5 is having 5 people within your network that you're kind of connected to during these emergency evacuations. evacuation orders or warnings. And the reason is if you have livestock or horses, you may want to have one of those 5 be an alternate location you can bring your animals to.
Yeah,
So you really want to make sure you're keeping that in your thoughts and knowing what their location and zone is too, right? So that if they're under evacuation orders and you're under evacuation orders, that may not be an option.
Yeah.
But you also want to ensure that you have some backup locations, because the question is, if you are told that you need to evacuate, where do you go?
Yeah.
Where do you go? Where would you go?
Yeah. Well, luckily I don't have livestock, but if I did, I would have no idea. I would start calling people I know that have pastures that hopefully are not evacuating and be like, hey, can I park my critters with you for a couple days?
Right. So you want to know. You
Yeah.
want to know your 5, and you want to know what's available in the community, like the Heart Team. So the Heart Team is a nonprofit organization who helps during evacuation. And for those that might need additional assistance, they're a good resource to have. So you can look them up. Everything I'm talking about today you can find on readynevadacounty.org. And it's a full list of resources of things like your go bag checklist. It's going to have different resources on how to sign up, for Code Red, how to find your zone. I encourage you to write down your zone, have it with you at all times so that you know what your zone is. I have it on a magnet on my dishwasher so that I can look at it every day. But I also have my parents because I want to make sure they're included in that as well.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's amazing. Well, guys, it's been wonderful having Lori here. Lori, it's always great to see you. I want a little plug for Lori. It is her 28th wedding anniversary today, so I just want to say congrats on 28 years. That's amazing, and I hope you guys have a wonderful evening. And thank you so much for coming out today. Awesome. Everybody, stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We're coming back. We got music, we got food, we got animals here, and we got lots of fun stuff and more conversations and demos happening. So we look forward to seeing you guys back here. Stay tuned, guys. In Nevada County, every day is a second chance. At Sammie's Friends, we rescue, heal, and rehome pets who have been forgotten. From heartbreak to home, with your help, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. Adopt, foster, donate, volunteer.
I just don't know. Slipping through my fingers all the time. I try to capture every minute, the feeling in it. Slipping through my fingers all the time. Do I really see what's in her mind? Each time I think I'm close to knowing, she keeps on growing, slipping through my fingers all the time. Sometimes I wish that I could phrase the picture and save it from the funny tricks of time slipping through my fingers.
Welcome back, everyone, to Sammie's Friends Barkathon here. I am Emily, your host, and I am here with the wonderful Whitney Hearn. She is one of our incredible volunteers at the shelter. We have about 400 volunteers at the shelter, and there's many, many different kinds of things you can do to volunteer. And Whitney, why don't you tell us a little bit about what you do at Sammie's Friends for volunteering?
Yeah, I've been walking dogs for about 2 years, transporting dogs to the vet, to
and you'll
other
find
counties, etc.
that it
as
rains.
well. And then more recently, in the last few months, I've been increasing my involvement with events. So the adoption events we have all through the month for puppies, kittens, you know, the older dogs, and just a lot of outreach into the community.
Yeah, that's amazing. So dog walking is one of the many volunteer opportunities we have at Sammie's Friends. It does require some training for you to come on in because we do live in a rural county, so we get a lot of big dogs, as Whitney can attest to. A lot of big dogs, and a lot of them are adolescents when they come in, so they don't really have a whole lot of training. So there is some training that goes into that because we want you guys to safely be able to handle those dogs. And dog walking is a really awesome part of enrichment for the dogs to get them out of their kennels. It's a time where we can get in there and clean for them, and it gives them enrichment. You want to talk a little bit about like how it is like when you take the dogs out for the walk, like kind of how that helps them, or what you notice it helps them with?
Yeah, it's the best part of their day, and it's the best part of mine because you know it's so tough. They're isolated. There's so much noise. They're sleep deprived. So getting them out into the sun, into the fresh air. And just showing them a little bit of love, is so important. I mean, the trainer talks about their cortisol levels, like just a little bit of exercise in the day can help them relax them, and I always talk to people at events, and they're like, "Oh, I want a dog, but I can't have one, or I already have a dog, or what have you." But they want to, they want dog time. And so walking is the best way to do that. So I always try to talk people into it if they're able, because like you said, there are a lot of wonderful dogs, but they can pull you off the feet. Yes. Dog walking is a wonderful, enriching thing that we have them do at the shelter, and events and things that Winnie is talking about. We do events at the thrift store twice a month, and they're really awesome. So if you don't want to do dog walking, or if you don't want to do dog walking, there are many other things for you guys to do. We have dishwashing, there's kitty cuddling, there's front office help as well, so you guys can help us with answering the phone calls, because those phones are always ringing. So there's a lot of amazing things that volunteers do, and we're starting play groups as well, which is a new thing we're doing at the shelter, which is also really awesome and enriching for the animals. I wanted to touch on the dogs walking. So they're in their kennels about 23 hours a day. It's really hard on them. So like Whitney was saying, them coming in and getting out, they are so excited in the morning, and they cannot wait to get out. So it's a really important important thing. I mean, if I don't get enough sleep at night, I'm a monster. You know, so it's if there's too much noise, I get anxious. So they're not their best selves in the kennel. So getting them out also gets us to get to know them a lot better and really understand their personality, and then we can assist the staff in better understanding how the dog is, how they truly are.
Yeah,
really.
exactly. Well, Whitney, it has been amazing having you here. Thank you so much for coming out and supporting us and volunteering. Obviously, we appreciate that so much. Everybody, don't go anywhere. We're coming back. We got music, we got food, we got animals here, and we have more great interviews to come and more great demos for you guys to participate in. So please come on back, and we will see you guys in a minute.
In Nevada County, every day is a second chance. At Sammie's Friends, we rescue, heal, and rehome pets who've been forgotten. Hello, I'm Fran Cole, the Executive Director of Sammie's Friends. We are a nonprofit animal shelter believes that every animal deserves the opportunity to thrive. Every day, with your help, we help injured, abandoned, and forgotten pets find love and a second chance. From emergency vet care to forever homes, Sammie's Friends is here because people like you care. With your help, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. We can't do this without you. Consider adopting, donating, or volunteering because every tale deserves a happy ending.
In Nevada County, there's a place where tails wag and hearts heal. It's called Sammie's Friends, a nonprofit animal shelter, giving abandoned and injured pets a second chance. From emergency medical care to loving adoptions, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. But they can't do it without you. Donate, adopt, volunteer. Sammie's Friends, because every animal deserves a chance to be loved. Visit sammiesfriends.org.
In Nevada County, every day is a second chance. At Sammie's Friends, we shelter, heal, and rehome pets who've been forgotten. We're a nonprofit animal shelter in Nevada County, California, and every day we help injured, abandoned, and forgotten pets find love and a second chance. From emergency vet care to forever homes, Sammie's Friends is here because people like you care. From heartbreak to home, with your help, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. Adopt, donate, volunteer, because every tale deserves a happy ending. In Nevada County, every day is a second chance. At Sammie's Friends, we shelter, heal, and rehome pets who've been forgotten. We're a nonprofit animal shelter in Nevada County, California, and every day we help injured, abandoned, and forgotten pets find love and a second chance. From emergency vet care to forever homes, Sammie's Friends is here because people like you care. From heartbreak to home, with your help, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. Adopt, donate, volunteer, because every tale deserves a happy ending.
Welcome everyone back to Sammie's Friends Barkathon here. I'm Emily, your host, and I'm here with the wonderful musician Charlie. He's been here playing for us, and it has been amazing. So Charlie, how long have you been in Nevada County?
I moved here in 1990, so I'm relatively a newcomer.
Okay, yeah. Well, it's a beautiful area to move, don't you think? All the lakes and rivers and the good little community we got going on here.
I loved it. Me and my wife, Delo, who was a fine artist, we were in Placerville, actually Pollock Pines above Placerville, and we lamented that we hadn't moved here instead. And it took years for me to be able to transfer over in the Forest Service, and we got to move. It was great.
Amazing.
Love this town.
Yeah, it's a good little town. So, Charlie, are you an animal lover? Do you got any animals at home?
As a matter of fact, I do. I've got my dog now, Tater, I got from Sammie's.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, I got him as a puppy. A lady was fostering, so he wasn't at the facility, but she had the mom and 2 puppies. And I'd always been a golden retriever guy, but I could not turn Tater down. He was so adorable. 1 ear up, 1 ear down,
Oh,
giant
cute.
ears, giant paws, little everything else, but he's filled in.
Oh. Do you know what kind of dog Tater is?
I did one of those tests on him, and he was like 3/8 German Shepherd, 1/8 Malamute, 1/8 Chow, 1/8 Pomeranian.
Oh, wow.
And,
Pomeranian.
Yeah, and there's a quarter in there that they couldn't quite figure out. So I think that was a long time ago. I think I need to redo the test. I hear people talking about their dog being 17% this or that.
Yeah, little things.
More detailed. Yeah.
Well, why don't you tell me about this awesome instrument you're playing on here?
Well, this is Frankie. It's the only one in the world, so I can name it. This is a Frankie. It's the technical name would be a 2-neck cigar box resonator guitar.
Wow.
And the reason it has 2 necks is so I can tune one to major and one to minor.
Oh.
That way I can jump back and forth and play
Yeah.
songs that have both majors and minors.
Wow, that's awesome.
That's why they're cigar box resonators instead of a full-size dobro type resonator. They put the necks really far apart.
Yeah.
And that's why they're on a 45 to bring the necks even closer.
Wow. Well, I've definitely never seen anything like that, but it's very cool.
So this
One-man
is
band, I
the
love that.
first Frankie you've seen.
Yeah, it is. And the only Frankie I will probably see.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's beautiful.
And
beautiful
I
instrument.
just want to add why I name it a Frankie. Frankie Albert was the first quarterback of the 49ers.
Oh, okay.
And,
49ers fan.
and probably the most important quarterback, even more important than Joe Montana, because Frankie's great play brought the Niners into the NFL from the old All-American Football Conference where they started.
Wow. Well, that is cool. That's a good name then. That's a good strong name for it.
Yeah.
All right, everybody. Well, Charlie's been awesome. Thank you so much for coming out and supporting Sammie's Friends and playing. Your music is fantastic.
Well,
I'm glad I got to meet Frankie.
I love what you're doing. There's so many animals in it. You know, you could get angry at these people that don't, spay or neuter, and they drop off a box of puppies in the middle of the night and run off. But I love what you're doing.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we definitely try our hardest, and it's hard out there for people. The rising costs of medical, spay, neuter. It's really hard for people out there, and but we do the best we can, and it's for wonderful people like you that come out and support us, and everybody who comes out and adopts and donates to us. It's that's why we can keep doing what we're doing here. So
I just want to say, when you're all you folks, when you're going to the dumps or the transfer station, as they say nowadays, on your way back, stop by at the shelter and put some earplugs in and walk around and see all the dogs, help get them more socialized.
Yeah.
And don't forget to leave a tip on your way out.
Yeah, thank you, Charlie. I love that. All right, everybody. Well, it's been fun hosting for you guys for this hour that I've been here. We have Lisa is our next host. She's our District 3 supervisor for the Board of Supervisors. So she's going to be your next host here for the next couple hours. And we appreciate you guys coming out here and supporting us, watching from home. And stay tuned. There's more to come. We have more music coming. We got food here. We got puppies and kittens coming, and we have more demos and awesome things for you guys to see. So stay tuned, guys.
Well, I knew puppies learned from their parents, you know, that the male dogs would, the adult dogs would train the puppies. And everybody knows that, but I didn't realize it was through song until I heard my male golden retriever singing to his puppy golden retriever. Now, I heard this plain as day, and I called my wife to low down to listen, and she couldn't hear it. That's when I realized that I had this awesome ability to hear dogs sing to their puppies. And I owed it to the world to sing that song. Walking, 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 get 'em up and walking. It's time to make your human go outside. He just sits there talking while his heart is clogging. For him, this walk is do or die. The carbs you'll be burning, good points you'll be earning. He's gonna treat you with a big rawhide. So get him up for a walk, get him up for a walk outside. Make him go for a walk, make him go for a walk outside. Barking, 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 barking till you're walking. Grab the leash, take it to his side. Scratch the door and beg, pull him by the pant leg. Soon you'll be walking side by side. Think of all you're missing, the trees you could be pissing, if only you could get him outside. So get him up for a walk, get him up for a walk outside. Make him go for a walk, make him go for a walk outside.
In Nevada County, every day is a second chance. At Sammie's Friends, we rescue, heal, and rehome pets who have been forgotten. From heartbreak to home, with your help, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. Adopt, foster, donate, volunteer.
I just don't know. Slipping through my fingers all the time. I try to capture every minute, the feeling in it. Slipping through my fingers all the time. Do I really see what's in her mind? Each time I think I'm close to knowing, she keeps on growing, slipping through my fingers all the time. Sometimes I wish that I could phrase the picture and save it from the funny tricks of time, slipping through my fingers.
In Nevada County, every day is a second chance. At Sammie's Friends, we rescue, heal, and rehome pets who've been forgotten. Hello, I'm Fran Cole, the Executive Director of Sammie's Friends. We are a nonprofit animal shelter believes that every animal deserves the opportunity to thrive. Every day, with your help, we help injured, abandoned, and forgotten pets find love and a second chance. From emergency vet care to forever homes, Sammie's Friends is here because people like you care. With your help, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. We can't do this without you. Consider adopting, donating, or volunteering because every tale deserves a happy ending.
Good afternoon. I'm Lisa Swarthout, District 3 County Supervisor for Nevada County, and I am so happy to be here on this Saturday afternoon for the second hour of the Barkathon. We are here today to raise money for our animal rescue groups, and I'm so grateful to NC Media for putting on this event to help the animals. We're very lucky that our community is host to so many people who care about dogs, cats, horses, and all the other animals that we have here in Nevada County. We're very lucky. Not every community is as caring about that as we are. So again, happy to be here. With me today is Lori Gould, who is an obedience trainer. And so, which this is perfect timing for me because I just got a new dog and I have absolutely no idea how to train him. So I guess, my first question is, how did you get into doing dog training and dog obedience?
So I had a very difficult dog, not in the sense that he was mean or aggressive or any of that, just very aloof and not easy to train. And he got in some trouble with another dog, killed some chickens, and I had to go across the street and beg this man with a shotgun pointed at my dog to please not kill the dog, and he was adamant that that was the only solution. I said I would train this dog, you'll never see the dog on your property again, and that started my training career. He was an amazing dog, and he did get trained, and the rest is history.
So do you think that all dogs are trainable? I mean, I guess a lot of people ask that question because I think sometimes you get a dog and you think, oh my goodness, this dog is just going to be so hard for me to get him to the place where I need him to be to fit into my family. So can you train most dogs?
I think most dogs.
Okay.
I do believe that there are some dogs that are just wired a little different, and they're going to be more reactive, they might be aggressive, they might not fit with that person's family in a training program, even closely monitored. So it's such a variable question to me. Yes, you can teach any dog a lot of fun stuff, but the fitting into your life and what you're committed to do is
the challenge
is
sometimes.
very challenging.
Yeah. So walk me through. So let's say I bring my dog to you. He's 10 months old and he has had no training whatsoever. How do you start? I mean, do you work with the person first to kind of see what their capabilities are with the dog, or do you just go straight and start training the dogs?
So I actually will meet with a person and their dog and just kind of ignore the dog and talk and see how they interact and what the dog is about, what they're like, if they're people motivated, if they're just very distant and wanting to do other things. And then we might do a couple privates if that's indicated. But I'm a firm believer that working in a group class, the dogs are learning to pay attention to you, engage with you, and learn and socialize in a group without ever making contact with the other dogs. So the first class, yes, is a little exciting and dogs barking, but by the end of a 5-week course, they'll be just laying by their owners and not worried about the other dogs at all. They already know what those other dogs are about without ever touching them, making contact or anything.
So what's the optimal age to start training a dog usually?
The moment you get them.
Okay, so I'm a month behind then.
It doesn't matter if they're 8 or 10 weeks old or 10 years old.
Okay.
The first thing you're going to start working on is engagement and building a relationship with that dog so that they want to work with you. There's not any real obedience in that part. It's just providing structure, like you'll see with the puppy demo that I'm doing. If they're pulling or not looking at you, the minute they do, then you mark that and reward them. Like they're going to get paid for paying attention, and then you build that focus and make it exciting. Pretty soon the dogs are like, yeah, this is it. That's the key to all training, is you have to get their focus to teach them anything.
And do you train with treats?
I do.
You do, okay.
Yes. In the beginning, there's going to be a lot of luring dogs into position, and like I said, they're going to get paid every time they look at you. And then you can fade that by creating what we call a marker word. Like the dog looks at me, I say yes, and I pay them. So then that yes means the paycheck is signed.
Something gets coming.
Yes, something's coming, and it really helps, like in a recall. If the minute the dog turns and comes towards you, after you say their recall word and you say yes, then they're gonna accelerate to you to get that reward.
So what do you do if you have a dog that's not treat motivated? Which is, I have one that's not treat motivated.
So they're more difficult.
Okay.
But I would first start by hand feeding the dog their meals.
Okay.
And really trying to engage and get that focus. All dogs like food.
Yeah.
I mean, it's their life source. They
yes,
will eat.
yes.
And then finding something that they do really like. I use freeze-dried liver. I've not had a dog.
That's good to know, because I have two. One that I've had for a few years, and my dogs are little, and so I always feel like, I don't need to do anything. When they're bad, I just pick them up and tell them not to do that. But there are certain behaviors that I have found it's hard to get them to come to me when I call them, or to walk on the leash without pulling. That's probably the biggest one that I've struggled with him.
Yes, leash pulling and not wanting to come are two of the biggest things.
The two biggest things.
And really resolve with one. Like I teach a dog and just like, look, they turn towards me and slacken the leash and more mark with pretty soon they'll get to where they feel pressure and they know what it means to come back.
Got it.
There's and then that's part of your recall, like building that.
Okay. Well, this has been fantastic. Thank you so much. How does somebody get a hold of you if they want to hire you to do obedience training for them?
It's Top Dog Canine Classroom. I have an email address that's topdogsgv@gmail.com or 530-268-1677.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank
and
you.
I'll come and watch the puppy obedience
And I have not worked
demo.
with this dog yet.
Okay. Well, we'll get to see we'll get to see you in action.
Yes,
So
absolutely.
Great. Thank you. Thanks. Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
In Nevada County, every day is a second chance. At Sammie's Friends, we shelter, heal, and rehome pets who've been forgotten. We're a nonprofit animal shelter in Nevada County, California, and every day we help injured, abandoned, and forgotten pets find love and a second chance. From emergency vet care to forever homes, Sammie's Friends is here because people like you care. From heartbreak to home, with your help, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. Adopt, donate, volunteer, because every tale deserves a happy ending.
So next phase here is our costume contest. And I have a chicken and a dog and another chicken and a cat and another chicken. I think this is really good inspiration for my Halloween costume for next year. So tell me what inspired you to come down here today and dress up like an animal.
You know, I really love chickens. I'm a big fan of eggs. And also, I work at the shelter, so, we get chickens and roosters a lot, as we all know, at the shelter quite often. So I just wanted to channel the chicken. I wanted to channel the chicken.
Well, I love it. So in 2010, I was the mayor of the city of Grass Valley, and Grass Valley had an ordinance that you could not have chickens in the city limits. And I had a lot of people who wanted to have chickens. So we created an ordinance that says you can have chickens in the city of Grass Valley, no roosters. So I am known as the chicken mayor. So, so I love the chickens, and I love how many we have. But now we have a dog over here. So, is that Fran? Yeah, let's go this way. All right, there we go. So I know what your inspiration is for being here, but just tell me anyway.
Yeah. No, I would do anything for Sammie's friends. I will humiliate myself. I'll sweat in a 150-degree costume in 100-degree weather, all for the cause.
All right. Well, thank you so much. You are a very cute dog. I love the costume. Another chicken. Give us your inspiration.
My mom forced me to wear this. That's my inspiration.
I hope she's going to be making you a very nice dinner and something tonight for payment. And one more chicken.
Well, this is my favorite Fran costume. I wore it on Halloween. I'm also a chicken fan, but I'm on the board for Sammie's Friends. And like Fran, I do just about any silly thing out there to help raise awareness for our animals and much needed funds. So here I am.
And we have one cat.
Yes, so Fran talked me into doing this too. But we're here for Sammie's Friends, so everybody please donate and have fun today.
Great.
So I have to say one thing. If you're unable to be here today, you can text Sammie at 53555 to donate. It's super easy.
And we're going to be giving that number out all day so that people can call in and donate money, helping Sammie's Friends with all things that they do with the shelter. So Fran, how's it going out at the shelter? What's our occupancy now? Lots of cats and dogs?
We have a lot of cats and dogs. We have, I think, 97 kittens under foster. And we are always operating at over 100% capacity, so we really need people to adopt and foster.
Great, yes, that's the other thing too. There's many ways to help at Sammie's. Obviously, one is donating money to help cover the costs of the shelter, which are quite expensive because we are so at capacity there, but also volunteer. There's dog walkers. There's people who get to go and play with the cats, which is one of my most favorite things to do. There's people who get to come and help clean and do some of the other work there. So we are very lucky in this community to have an organization like Sammie's Friends that is so dedicated to saving the animals in our community. I know you've been around for a long time, you've been doing this work for a long time, but give me a couple of challenges that you have right now.
I would say, well, we face so many. I would say lack of funding, because all of our vet bills, our medical expenses, everything has become extremely expensive, as pet owners know. So I think it's really important that we ask the community to support us going forward, because what we're doing is very, very challenging with the high numbers of animals we're having.
I noticed last year, and I think I'm seeing again this year, because of the cost of spay and neuter now, we're seeing so many more litters of puppies and kittens that are coming into the shelter. So I'm actually working with the county right now. We are going to be starting next year. When I say next year, our fiscal year starts on July 1st. So sometime after July 1st, the county's going to be starting a community spay and neuter program where we're going to do no or low cost spay and neuters for people, not people who have animals that are in the shelter, but for people who have animals that they love and they want to keep, but they just can't afford to spay and neuter them because vet costs have just increased so much, I think, so post-COVID. So I thank you for all the great work that you do. So you're on the board. How's that going?
I love it.
I started following Sammie's friends, I don't know, maybe a year and a half ago. I'm from Southern California and I moved up here about a year and a half ago. And I really wanted to volunteer in a shelter. And I went there one day. It was very sad. And I realized they need a lot of help. So I started volunteering, walking dogs, doing dishes, petting puppies. And then I met Fran, who talked to me several months later about the possibility of coming on, because we're always looking for good people to join our board. And so she gave me a good sales pitch, and I said, okay, I'm in.
Well, if you were willing to dress up as a chicken for the cause, then you are a great board member.
And of course, I adopted a large dog from Sammie.
There you go. Well, and I come across people every single day in the work that I do who have adopted animals from our local shelters, from Sammie's Friends or from the Grass Valley Animal Shelter. And that getting a rescue pet gives you so much joy. I can't even tell you. I have 2 rescue dogs, and they are the light of my life, and I don't know what I would do without them. And I can't tell people enough, you know, if you're missing something in your life and you have the time and the capacity to adopt an animal, please go to the shelters. They're very crowded. You know, we do the best that we can to have them have a comfortable life until they get adopted into their forever home. But we're always looking for adoptive and foster parents too. And I know I can't foster because I would keep them. That's why I don't come to the shelter very often, because every time I do, I want to take a cat home with me. And there's so many cute kittens out there. So Emily,
I'm really struggling with my chicken costume. So sorry.
So from your perspective, are you seeing more people coming in and volunteering and adopting pets right now?
You know, we definitely are. Sorry.
Maybe this chicken costume was not the best idea for Emily, but I'd say she looks really cute. So yeah.
But yes, we are definitely seeing an influx of adopters and fosters, which we really, really appreciate, and we could definitely use more of. Right now, we have 97 kittens in foster. And we are just entering kitten season right now, so we're just going to keep getting more and more. So if you want to foster, if you can't donate, please foster.
Yeah, no, I can't. Again, it is very rewarding. I have 2 cats from Sammie's that one I got as a kitten and one I got as a full-grown cat, and they're also, you know, when you get a dog, I don't know what it is about dogs. They seem to take over the household. Oh, yeah. But one of my cats who I got from Sammie's, Chet, he rules the roost in our house. Oh, yeah. So yeah. So, all right. Anything else that anybody wants to share about, you know, what you're doing? Your cat. How many cats do you have at home?
I have 2 cats that I adopted. Yeah, they're my babies for sure.
I want to say something about the foster program. So we do have a robust foster program, and we have wonderful behaviorist trainers that help us with people who foster or adopt, and are great resources for people who are thinking about fostering or adopting, because they give their time to those people who are taking these animals home for us, whether that be on loan, foster, or adoption. And we also provide the food for those animals that go into foster, so that the people helping us find adoptable homes for these animals don't incur costs for the food. So just something to know.
So when you do fostering, how many people that foster actually end up keeping the animals?
I am the worst at that, as all of my staff knows. I have 4 dogs and 5 cats and a gecko, all from Sammie's Friends.
Well, you're living proof of how it works. Well, great. Thank you all for coming down here and, you know, risk looking silly for a really good cause. And I will say, you all don't look silly. I want to borrow that dog costume for Halloween next year. So we will be right back.
In Nevada County, there's a place where tails wag and hearts heal. It's called Sammie's Friends, a nonprofit animal shelter, giving abandoned and injured pets a second chance. From emergency medical care to loving adoptions, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. But they can't do it without you. Donate, adopt, volunteer. Sammie's Friends, because every animal deserves a chance to be loved. Visit sammiesfriends.org.
Great. Well, welcome back. I'm Lisa Swarthout. I am here today at the Barkathon for a great cause. We're raising money for Sammie's Friends today. And I am here with Leron Liftick, who is a dog behaviorist. So tell us what a dog behaviorist does.
Yeah, good question. Well, generally speaking, a dog behaviorist works with dogs who struggle with fear, phobia, anxiety, and social conflict. So really emotionally driven behaviors that are sort of maybe resistant to some of the more common training inputs that people typically use to address their unwanted behaviors.
Okay. So if I have a dog at home, and I'm going to say hypothetical, but this might be true. If I have a dog at home that I just got and he's very scared of me, is that a pretty common, and so will you come to someone's home and observe the dog in their actual environment with their other animals? Is that the best way to start?
Yeah, usually it is. Most people have issues with things that are going on in their home first, or very often the things that are going on outside are a consequence of what's going on at home. So very much, gaining some insight into the home environment is often a really good place to start. And you can kind of see the dog in their most natural, most common, perhaps safest environment.
Okay. And I'm sure that there's certain methods that you use, because most of us, when we don't know how to deal with our dog, we just yell at them.
Sure.
Which is probably not, just like yelling at a child, it's probably not the most productive thing. So when you have a dog and that needs to be calmed, how do you start with that sort of thing?
Yeah, it's a great question. So you're right that oftentimes when behaviors are emotionally driven and they're like fearful or they're overwhelmed, yelling at them does not create often long-term sustainable results. So oftentimes what you're trying to do is bring them to safety, help them to feel more comfortable. Now that might mean offering them verbal reassurance, maybe some affection. If you can get them to eat, that's a really good thing, because eating is consistent with relaxation. And if you can get them to sniff and eat, like you scatter some food on the ground for them to sniff around to, and then eat, you're probably really starting to affect their physiology, their physical body, in a way that helps their emotional body to feel a little bit more relaxed. And you don't need to worry about reinforcing fear or reinforcing unwanted behaviors in this way. You can't reinforce emotions, so there's a big difference in training and behavior, where like sometimes in training you're like, if I ask you to sit and you do down, I don't want to deliver the reward. Those rules don't exactly apply in behavior.
So it's different than obedience training, because you're actually trying to get the dog to be comfortable with you as their person, or their, I don't like to say owner. I like to say they own me, because they rule. I have two, and they rule my life pretty much. So, well, great. Well, thank you so much for being here and sharing this. I will be calling dog nerds to have you come over and help me with my dog that I just got about a month ago. And thanks so much. We will be right back.
In Nevada County, every day is a second chance. At Sammie's Friends, we rescue, heal, and rehome pets who have been forgotten. From heartbreak to home, with your help, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. Adopt, foster, donate, volunteer.
I just don't know. Slipping through my fingers all the time, I try to capture every minute, the feeling in it, slipping through my fingers all the time. Do I really see what's in her mind? Each time I think I'm close to knowing, she keeps on growing, slipping my fingers all the time. Sometimes I wish that I could phrase the picture and save it from the funny tricks of time slipping through my fingers.
I totally manhandle them all the time. They're like,
You gotta get a close up on this guy.
There you go. You're taking your little buddy out.
The top of the can can see the top of that rack. The top of
The smallest one.
So if you get him any lower than that, yeah, you can see him.
That one, the little. So that one's taken, and the little black one is taken. This is not. That one is just so beautiful, I think. And the solid gray one is taken. That one is not taken.
Are you gonna adopt that kitty?
I wish. No.
We already have a cat. Gonna go. I know we have 3 dogs. Another cat. One of our cats died. I know. It's just ours. You know what? The mom is such a kid, and my cat breaks out and runs outside, and it was awful. So someone left the window open at night, and I got it out.
My cat's
yeah. It's the way to do it. It's the way. I mean, if this cat hadn't gotten out the window, it would still be here.
We live in a playground right next to the
I know my dog. You want me to take this somewhere else? So do you want me to tell you? I mean, how can I tell you which ones are taken? Do you have like little? Hey, does anyone have any like little? I mean, I can describe which ones are taken. Or I can. Okay, yes, that's a great idea. Hi, sweetie. Is this who you're talking about? Oh, my friend adopts rescued 3 now.
A couple of the dogs we have rescued.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so the ones that are taken are those 2 there, the solid gray and the oh sorry, that one right there, and then the little tiny one, this one. You don't want to kitty? And she has a white face, if you see. And then this little tiny black one is taken too. So 4 of them. Yeah, actually I was at Sammie's and someone was like, I've been looking for a Siamese. And I was like, look what I have. Hi, Boots. Hi, Boots. All right. right, cool. And we're gonna go to the protest and we'll be back after. Cool. And can I leave this? Can I just leave this somewhere here? No, let's leave it here. We're gonna. I'll put it over there.
In Nevada County, every day is a second chance. At Sammie's Friends, we rescue, heal, and rehome pets who have been forgotten. From heartbreak to home, with your help, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. Adopt, foster, donate, volunteer.
I just don't know. Slipping through my fingers all the time. I try to capture every minute the feeling.
I am. I'm looking for her right now.
In Nevada County, there's a place where tails wag and hearts heal. It's called Sammie's Friends, a nonprofit animal shelter, giving abandoned and injured pets a second chance. From emergency medical care to loving adoptions, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. But they can't do it without you. Donate, adopt, volunteer. Sammie's Friends, because every animal deserves a chance to be loved. Visit sammiesfriends.org.
Hey everybody, we're back. I'm Lisa Swarthout, and I'm here in the sound studio over at NC Media for the Barkathon today, where we're raising money to help Sammie's Friends. And I have with me the band Slutsville. So obviously, please introduce yourselves first, and then I have to ask the question, where did the name Slutsville come from? Because I can certainly resonate with that. So,
I'm Natalie. I'm Jessie. I was scrolling through some TV channels, and it was the name of some pornographic movie. And I thought, that would be a hilarious band name. And sure enough, and it worked out.
And that's pretty low key for porno these days too. So it works.
Yeah.
So tell me what inspired you guys to come out here today and help with the raising money for the animals in Nevada County.
Well, I work at Sammie's Friends. I work up in the office area scheduling, helping other folks. I love it there. I started as a volunteer walking dogs and doing the kitty cove. And honestly, I fell in love. And when they offered me a job, I couldn't say no, and they're just great. I really have never had a job. It's so dedicated and like pushing forward for these animals, like I've worked many other jobs, but like we are passionate. Like when we see a dog that is in need or anything, we're just like, let's help that. That's why we're doing anything we can to help support Sammie's Friends.
Yeah, that is fabulous. I have so much respect for all the people who work at our shelter because I'm sure it's very rewarding, but it must be really hard too because
I can't do it.
Yeah,
I would be bringing them all home.
Me too. That I go out there every once in a while because I'm with the county, and it's really hard because especially now. If you come over here today at NC Media, there are kittens here to cuddle, and I've been told that I get to cuddle one a little bit later. Yes. If I don't take that cat home with me, it will be a big shock. So, well, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your work with the shelter. It's really appreciated. And now, Slutsville. You ready?
One, two, fuck you. Too many negatives for me to feel positive. Take a deep breath and choke on the oxygen. Break through the surface just to get stopped again. My heart is struggling to make it speak. To be it falling when I get on my feet. No one's known me down before. I learned to pick myself up, falling from the floor. Too many negatives for me to feel positive. Take a deep breath and choke on the oxygen. Break through the surface just to get stopped again. What pressure to hell is this? Life's a roller coaster and it's making me sick. Don't try me on. It's drinking, lock me away just for drinking. Too many negatives for me to feel positive. Take a deep breath and choke on the oxygen. Break through the surface just to get stopped again.
you. So, what's the code to text? It's 53555. Text that number. Donate to Sammie's Friends. We love it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it.
Double last night, sorry, I'm like fucking like double last night, sorry, I'm like fucking like damn if I do, damn if I don't. Wanna keep going, but I probably won't. Can't step forward, won't sit in the past. Either way, I see it's a kick in the ass. Double last night, sorry, I'm your fucking life. Double last night, sorry, I'm like fucking life. Try and take a step, I'm not down. Can't get up on my feet on the ground. I don't do anything, alright, do it all. No matter what, I always wrong. Double last night, sorry, I'm my fucking life. Double last night, sorry, I'm my fucking life. Try and take a step, I'm not down. Can't get up on my feet on the ground. I don't do anything, alright, feel too much. Everything is close, just down a touch. Double last night, sorry, I'm my fucking life. Double last night, sorry, I'm my fucking life. When I get up, wanna fully high. Drink to sip and run out of time. I don't do anything, alright, do it all. No matter what, I always wrong. Double last night, sorry, I'm my fucking life. Double last night, sorry, I'm my fucking life. Double last night, sorry, I'm my fucking life. Double last night, sorry, I'm my fucking life.
Thank you, guys.
Break your heart too, I'm not that heartless. I never leave your ring of rose, I'm not that heartless. I'll never rub it in your face, I'm not that heartless. I'd always let you win the race, I'm not that heartless. I'm not that heartless. I'm not that heartless. She's not that heartless. No, I'm not that fucking heartless. I'm not that heartless. She's not that heartless. We're not that heartless. No, we're not that fucking heartless. Always give you what you need. I'm not that heartless. I won't just get down on my knees. I'm not that heartless. I'll just feel just like a lie. I'm not that heartless. But don't you worry, 'cause I'll be fine. I'm not that heartless. I'm not that heartless. I'm not that heartless. I'm not that heartless. No, I'm not that fucking heartless. She's not that heartless. I'm not that heartless. We're not that heartless. No, we're not that fucking heartless. Broken process that should bleed. I'm not that heartless. This is a story I wanna read. I'm not that heartless. I gave you all my head again. I'm not that heartless. I never wanted your bullshit. I'm not that heartless. I'm not that heartless. I'm not that heartless. She's not that heartless. No, I'm not that fucking heartless. I'm not that heartless. She's not that heartless. We're not that heartless. No, we're not that fucking heartless.
Thank you, guys. So I wrote this song. This is like one of my first songs I ever wrote with Jesse. It's about a job I had. That was not fun. Not reflecting Sammie's Friends at all. I love working there. Love it.
I don't wanna go to work today. I don't wanna go to work. I don't wanna go to work today. Everyone's a fucking jerk. Everyone bitches and phones. Everyone's a fucking dick. Everyone bitches and phones.
In Nevada County, every day is a second chance. At Sammie's Friends, we rescue, heal, and rehome pets who have been forgotten. From heartbreak to home, with your help, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. Adopt, foster, donate, volunteer.
I just don't know. Slipping through my fingers all the time. I try to capture every minute, the feeling in it. Slipping through my fingers all the time. Do I really see what's in her mind? Each time I think I'm close to knowing, she keeps on growing, slipping through my fingers all the time. Sometimes I wish that I could phrase the picture and save it from the funny tricks of time, slipping through my fingers.
In the heart of Nevada County, there's a place where hope has a second chance. Meet Sammie's Friends, a nonprofit organization dedicated to rescuing, rehabilitating, and rehoming animals in need. Since 2004, Sammie's Friends has been a lifeline, providing medical care, love, and forever homes. Every animal deserves a second chance. That's why we do what we do. Thanks to supporters like you, these tails keep wagging. Be a friend, be a hero, be part of Sammie's Friends, because every life matters. Donate today.
Come on by. Adopt a dog, adopt a cat, adopt both. Sometimes we have reptiles, so, you never know. Thank you, guys. Yeah, we could probably squeeze one more in. We'll play this song and then a surprise song last. You think you're almighty? You think you're the king? Well, I got something for you. You don't mean shit to me. You don't mean shit to me. You don't mean shit to me. You're not a king. Don't leave us, we listen to you. We all have that's your trust me. Crazy. You're me. Crazy. Welcome to the course. That's the one sheet. All the dummy drugs. Tell us what it is that we're not thinking. You're me. Crazy. You're me. Crazy.
One more? Cool. Yeah.
In Nevada County, every day is a second chance. At Sammie's Friends, we rescue, heal, and rehome pets who have been forgotten. From heartbreak to home, with your help, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. Adopt, foster, donate, volunteer.
I just don't know. Slipping through my fingers all the time. I try to capture every minute, the feeling in it. Slipping through my fingers all the time. Do I really see what's in her mind? Each time I think I'm close to knowing, she keeps on growing, slipping through my fingers all the time. Sometimes I wish that I could phrase the picture and save it from the funny tricks of time, slipping through my fingers.
In Nevada County, every day is a second chance. At Sammie's Friends, we shelter, heal, and rehome pets who've been forgotten. We're a nonprofit animal shelter in Nevada County, California, and every day we help injured, abandoned, and forgotten pets find love and a second chance. From emergency vet care to forever homes, Sammie's Friends is here because people like you care. From heartbreak to home, with your help, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. Adopt, donate, volunteer, because every tale deserves a happy ending.
Well, we're back. I'm Lisa Swarthout here with the Barkathon, raising money for Sammie's Friends. And with me is Vanessa, who is the vet coordinator at Sammie's Friends. So tell us what you do as the vet coordinator.
So as the vet coordinator, I schedule spays and neuters. I also do vaccines. I treat dogs in-house if they have injuries. I do their intake exams as soon as they come in to make sure that they're healthy and we can catch things early and treat them so that way people are adopting healthy pets that are protected.
And what kind of training do you get for doing that job?
So I actually started working in pet care and PetSmart, and then I eventually transitioned into the Banfield world, and then I became a vet assistant there.
Okay, so great. Well, we're very happy to have you at Sammie's. I think that's a really important role because a lot of the animals, I'm sure, come in with the multitude of problems. So tell me about heartworm prevention, because I know that is on the minds for a lot of people who have pets.
So heartworm prevention is very important in this area. The American Heartworm Association has actually deemed Nevada County as a high-risk area because of the western treehole mosquito that we harbor here. Those types of mosquitoes can breed in small pockets of non-moving water, and we have a lot of that in Nevada County. And we have actually seen the heartworm cases rise. And if you guys want more information, please visit the heartwormassociation.org, and you guys can actually see the maps and see how heartworm cases have increased over the years.
Okay. So can pets transfer heartworm to one another? Or do they have to get it from some airborne or waterborne?
So the way that pets actually contract heartworm, and dogs and cats can also contract heartworm, although in cats it's not common. So what happens is it takes just one bite from an infected mosquito to bite your pet, and they get heartworm. And in the area, coyotes and feral dogs actually serve as harbors for the mosquitoes to just breed and continue spreading heartworm.
Okay. And is heartworm treatable?
Heartworm is treatable, although depending on how long the heartworm has been present with the dog, it can be a pretty brutal process. And if left untreated, it can actually be fatal for the pet.
Yeah, that's what I'd always heard about heartworm. So
Yes.
It's really important when you adopt a pet that they test for heartworm. When you either adopt at the shelter or you get a puppy, because I'm sure that the sooner you catch it, probably the easier it is to treat it.
And veterinarians recommend that all dogs over 7 months get treated for or tested for heartworm yearly, even if they've been on heartworm prevention.
So what other kinds of illnesses are you seeing with the animals that are coming into the shelter?
Well, we're seeing coccidia, giardia, kennel cough. Sometimes in the rare case we get parvo, which is pretty catastrophic and fatal.
And the parvo, they can spread that amongst themselves when they're there.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's highly contagious.
It's spread through feces.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, so your work is scheduling the animals for treatment as well, because I know if you adopt from Sammie's or hopefully any of our animal rescue organizations, they require that the pets be spayed or neutered before they will let you have them, which is obviously a very important part of animal care. We are, seeing a lot more animals in the county over the last few years. I think one of the reasons is because of the cost of spaying and neutering. So hopefully this today is helping to raise money to pay for spay and neuter. I know at the county we are going to be starting our own spay and neuter program, contracting with some different people in the community. After our fiscal year starts July 1st, we're just working on it right now because our goal if the county is to take the animal population down. We fully appreciate the struggles that we have with our current shelter. We also have plans to build a new shelter, working on it. Things are a little up in the air right now, but hopefully in the next couple of years, you'll see a new modern shelter here in Nevada County, which will make your job a lot easier, having a facility that's actually built for that. And I think one of my dreams in our new facility is to have a space for the care and treatment of animals, whether it's a small hospital or just treatment rooms, so that we don't have to farm everything out to other veterinarians. So do you work with a lot of the different vets in the community?
I do. Okay. Yes, they're very familiar. I show they know my name, they know my voice. I call them almost every day.
Well, that's great. I'm sure that it's a complicated job of scheduling, and I'm learning a lot about spay and neuter these days. There's places now where they do kind of mass spay and neuter at one time, which seems like a really efficient way, and hopefully it's a cost savings for organizations such as Sammie's to be able to provide that in the community. So oftentimes you probably get pets in who have health issues as well.
Yes, we do.
Does Sammie, how do you deal with that?
Well, we obviously want to get the dogs and cats the best treatment possible. Obviously, that requires a lot of money. So it's really hard to balance, treating animals, trying to save money where we can, but ultimately our goal is to give them the best care that we can provide.
Yeah. And you really do. I've adopted several pets from Sammie's, and they're still alive and kicking. One's like 13 years. One of my cats is 13 years old. So as far as how people can help, I know one of the ways is to shop at the thrift store, because that helps with the medical care. They're telling me to wrap up. Thank you so much for coming in today. Thank you for your work at the shelter. We really appreciate it. And this is Lisa Swarthout, and we'll be right back.
In Nevada County, every day is a second chance. At Sammie's Friends, we rescue, heal, and rehome pets who've been forgotten. Hello, I'm Fran Cole, the Executive Director of Sammie's Friends. We are a nonprofit animal shelter that believes that every animal deserves the opportunity to thrive. Every day, with your help, we help injured, abandoned, and forgotten pets find love and a second chance. From emergency vet care to forever homes, Sammie's Friends is here because people like you care. With your help, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. We can't do this without you. Consider adopting, donating, or volunteering, because every tale deserves a happy ending.
In Nevada County, there's a place where tails wag and hearts heal. It's called Sammie's Friends, a nonprofit animal shelter, giving abandoned and injured pets a second chance. From emergency medical care to loving adoptions, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. But they can't do it without you. Donate, adopt, volunteer. Sammie's Friends, because every animal deserves a chance to be loved. Visit sammiesfriends.org.
Welcome back. I'm Lisa Swarthout, and I'm here at the Barkathon today, helping raise money for Sammie's Friends. And with me is Fran Cole, the Executive Director for Sammie's Friends, my friend, who we've worked together for quite a while. Thank you for all that you do for all the animals of Nevada County. So let's talk a little bit about what's going on at the shelter right now. I know we have there's a lot of animals there. So what's your take on why we have so many animals in the shelter right now?
Well, there are a number of different factors that all contribute at various times. I believe that one of the largest factors is the high cost of veterinary care, especially spay-neuter. One of the issues that we've always faced at Sammie's, and it's not getting any better, is that anywhere from 75 to 90% of the animals that come into the shelter are not spayed or neutered. And under the law and under our contract with the county, we have to spay and neuter every animal before it's adopted. And people just aren't doing it. And what I see in social media and in talking to people is people are unable to afford the cost. There's a lot of economic uncertainty right now. There are people that are struggling financially to feed themselves. And the high cost of vet care, the economic insecurity, I think those are all the main factors that are contributing towards the overpopulation of animals.
Yeah, it also seems like it's gotten a lot more expensive, especially with the dogs. That used to be $200, $300, $400, and now it can be upwards of $1,000 to neuter a larger dog.
Right, a larger dog can be even more than that.
More than that, yeah. So I know we work with a lot of the vets in the community, and also with Animal Save, who has a spay and neuter program.
Right.
So what's your relationship with some of the other organizations in the community as far as collaboration?
We collaborate almost exclusively on spay neuter for nonprofits with Animal Save. They're really the only one that is capable of the large volume of spay neuter procedures that we need, and also for the community. And they are also the most reasonably priced. We work with all of the vets in the community for spay neuter, but for Animal Save, we find it really the place to go to because of the economics of it.
Yeah, and I think when I met with Caroline a couple months ago, they're upwards of 300 or 400 animals a year that they spay and neuter out of their little mobile, which is amazing considering that they don't have a full-on vet hospital.
Right.
They have a mobile van that basically that is equipped, and I got a tour of that. So, so how many pets do you have in the shelter right now?
In the shelter right now, I think Emily would know more than I do. It really varies from day to day, but there was one day this year where we were only 100% capacity. And we knew better than to say that out loud that day, because the very next day, animal control came in with a seizure. That's something that is escalating and really causing a lot of problems, because breeders are bringing in full litters of puppies that they are unable to take care of. People that you wouldn't expect to be surrendering their animals can't afford them and are bringing them in. And mostly though, right now, because we're so full, we can't take in animals from the community. And I really hope that changes in the future, because if people are faced with feeding their children or feeding their pets, that's a horrible decision to make, but it's a pretty clean one.
Yeah.
So we're really hoping that different things in the community, spay, neuter, the backyard breeders, they understand how they're contributing to the problem, because we've never really seen, litters or big groups of purebred animals come to the shelter.
Yeah, well, I heard of one a couple of weeks ago from one of our animal control officers where a gentleman passed away, and he was a breeder, and he had 15 Springer Spaniels that came to you, and that's hard. And I'm sure that those dogs are highly adoptable, but you still have to bring them in and spay and neuter, and it's quite expensive to have to take care of them.
And they are highly adoptable, which in a way is part of the problem, because that leaves animals that are less adoptable.
Right.
We had a seizure this last year that animal control brought in. We had 37 huskies.
Yes.
You may remember that.
I do.
And there is a finite capacity in our community for adopting huskies. We were able to work with a rescue from Oklahoma that helped us. But a lot of times rescues, become part of the problem.
Right.
They become overwhelmed, just as we all do, with the high pet costs and the lack of adopters to take animals.
Yeah. I think, one of the things I've seen, I think that social media has really changed how people perceive this, and you see, I see so much more now, and you're exposed to so much more. If you click on one animal rescue group on Facebook, you get inundated with hundreds of them every week, and they're everywhere. And one of the things that it concerns me a little bit, just because I don't know that much about it, but is seeing people in the community now who are doing rescues at their homes. And I'm guessing that at some point those people will get overwhelmed too, because there is such a community need with stray pets.
Right.
So how you do get inquiries from people in regards to maybe adopting an animal from one of the private rescue groups out there?
We really don't anymore, because we're the ones that are reaching out to the rescues to try to help us. Because at Sammie's Friends, we have to take in all seizures and strays.
Right.
So the rescues can be selective, and a lot of them will pull animals from other shelters throughout the state, especially shelters that have a very high euthanasia rate.
Right.
So they are saving those animals, but not necessarily, collaborating with us to take the dogs that we have.
Okay.
Some do. We had a situation recently with a dog that had some behavioral issues, and Scooter's pals and Pets Need stepped up and took that animal. So that is happening. But what is not happening now is in past years when we had a dog that we couldn't take care of, or we had too many dogs, we would talk with other shelters and say, hey, do you have capacity to take these animals? But now no one has capacity. So once we have an animal, it's our job to find a home for that animal.
Yeah, I can remember a few years ago when we started talking about doing a new shelter and a joint shelter with Grass Valley, Nevada City. We went up to Truckee and visited up there, and they had very few animals up there. They actually had capacity to take more, and I'm sure now they might be at capacity though. And they serve not just Truckee, but the greater Tahoe area.
Right.
But it's much different up there. I said, wow, you don't have very many cats in here. And they said, because we're in the wilderness and stray cats don't usually survive.
And the weather.
Yeah. So it definitely makes a difference. Well, I know I was at one of the dog boarding facilities, and they had these 6 beautiful huskies running in the yard. And I said, wow, who do those dogs belong to? And they said, they belong to you. They belong to the county now because they were part of that husky rescue. So it's great that there's collaboration. There are so many people in our community who do things with animals between training, obedience, your dog behaviorist, who's great, who I'm calling next week to help with my dog.
Good.
And then you have an amazing staff too. Not only are they really talented, you have musicians and your staff.
Yes. Multi-talented.
Yeah. Well, and I know a lot of the times when I go to the shelter, I see the same faces out there all the time, which is great. So, well, thank you so much. Great to chat with you, and keep up the good work, and we will be right back.
Great. Thank you, Lisa.
In Nevada County, there's a place where tails wag and hearts heal. It's called Sammie's Friends, a nonprofit animal shelter, giving abandoned and injured pets a second chance. From emergency medical care to loving adoptions, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. But they can't do it without you. Donate, adopt, volunteer. Sammie's Friends, because every animal deserves a chance to be loved. Visit sammiesfriends.org.
Well, welcome back, everybody. I'm Lisa Swarthout, and I am here with Stacy Broderick, and we are at the Barkathon helping raise money for Sammie's Friends today. Stacy is on the board for Sammie's. So, how long have you been on the board?
About a year and 2 months.
Okay, well, I was on the board years ago, and they never asked me to dress up as a chicken. So thank you. You get to do all sorts of fun stuff. So kind of tell me what kind of work you do on the board. What kind of work, the things that you guys are working on these days?
We're working on fundraising, of course, more so than we have in the past. We're also looking at adding some folks to our board. We've had some people age out, so we've got some new people coming on, which is super exciting. Yeah. They're very involved in the shelter. already. And of course, they all have animals from Sammie's.
Yeah.
So they know the challenges.
I think everybody in this community either has an animal for Sammie's or has had an animal
Yes.
from Sammie's, just because they do such a good job in the community, letting people know what's available. And this community is very generous and really supports the animals. So,
Yeah.
how long have you lived in Nevada County?
Only about a year and a half.
And how do you like it?
I love it. I've been coming through the Gold Country for 30 plus years. In my professional life, I lived in Southern California. I was an analyst, but I had a side hustle, and I was an antique dealer.
Oh.
So up and down Highway 49 every summer, looking for gold to sell in my store, with my dog, of course.
Yeah, there you go. Well, no shortage of old things in Nevada
No,
County.
and I loved many of the towns. I've been through almost all of them and stayed in many, but Grass Valley and Nevada City were my favorite.
Yeah, I hear that. I've lived here for a really long time, but I hear that from a lot of people. They come for a visit and they never leave.
I love it here.
So tell me about the dog that you adopted from Sammie's friends.
Oh my, he's a very big, furry Malamute Husky Shepherd mix. He has a sad story, but he's happy now. He came in about, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 months before I started volunteering at Sammie's. He was sick with heartworm and kind of living on his own out on a property. They had to shave him, so he wore a T-shirt for several months until his fur grew back. And I was looking for a smaller dog, but I would exercise dogs in the play yard, and he was one of those there. And he kept talking to me because that breed talks.
Yeah.
And so he was going to go home for a few nights, and he ended up never going back.
I think we hear that a lot from people. That's why I could never foster, because I never would want to give them back.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping that somebody's going to bring me one of those cute little kittens to cuddle with them.
Oh, they're adorable.
Yeah. You have 97 kittens in foster right now, and it's not even kitten season yet. So it's going to be a big year for cats. So if you want to get a cat, now is the time.
We have many beautiful adult cats as
yeah.
well as kittens. And I like to tell people who say, well, what else could I do? The big dogs are too much for me. What other volunteer opportunities are there? If you're a cat person, you can just come sit and play and snuggle kitties and kittens. They all need attention and socialization.
Yeah. And I love the setup that you have for the cat.
It's very peaceful.
It is really peaceful. It's nice. Years ago, I remember when there was money that was raised to build the cat room, and it made a huge difference in the life of the animals, because sometimes putting the cats and dogs together, it gets so loud and so stressful for the cats. And so it's really great that we've been able to separate that. And I know I've gone up there and cuddled cats. There was discussion years ago when I was on the board about opening a cat cafe.
Oh, I love that.
People can come and have coffee and play with the cats, and they're all over. There's one in the Bay Area. There's one in Washington, D.C. I've been to a couple of them.
That's a great
they're very
idea,
fun,
actually.
Especially for people who want a pet but they can't have one.
Mhm.
So it just gives them that little bit of connection to it, and it helps the animals a lot too.
Oh,
so
yeah.
that's
very, I tell my friends, it's very zen in there.
Yeah. So tell me about the auction that's going on out there.
We've got some wonderful things. Some of our local businesses have been very generous. We've got some gift cards from Gold Vibe Kombuchery. We've got some beautiful tiles from a studio. We've got some antique pieces that are gorgeous. We've got a variety of nice things. We've got some cool gift baskets with olive oils and spices and things. There's something there for everyone.
And how can people participate in the auction? Do they need to come down here, or is it online also?
They need to come down.
They need to come down. So
if I will say though, we are taking photographs and little videos of the items. If you see them posted on Facebook or Instagram and they don't sell today at the auction, we are taking them.
They can reach out to the shelter. Oh, that's
the shelter
great.
or the thrift store. We'll
Okay.
take some of them to sell.
Yeah. Well, and for those that don't know, Sammie's has the most extraordinary thrift store in Nevada County. I was in retail for many years, and when I closed my store, I really missed working in retail, but I knew I didn't want to open another store, so I volunteered at the thrift store.
That's a dangerous place to volunteer.
It was. I went home every single day with something, but I had always been in the new retail business for years. I never understood the secondhand market. And there's just definitely something for everybody in there.
It is a fabulous thrift store, and it's large.
It is, and Heather and her staff, they do a tremendous job of taking donations from the community. So if another way that people can give back is if you are doing spring cleaning and cleaning out things that you don't want anymore, to donate them to Sammie's, because that's how they survive, is through the donations. And this community has been very generous. If you go in there, their warehouse is almost as big as the showroom floor. They have so much stuff in there. So.
I gave some, I donated some furniture from my house in Southern California. It was a mid-century house. I had 4 big stickly prairie chairs. They were gorgeous. I have no room for those, and I thought that's something I can do for the shelter. So I donated them, and they've sold pretty quickly.
Yeah, yeah. That makes a huge difference in the
does.
community.
It absolutely does.
Yeah. Well, great. Well, Stacy, thank you so much. Thanks for volunteering. And
thank you.
It's so wonderful when people move up to this community and find opportunities like that. It's a great way to meet people also when you're new, and you can see just how fabulous Nevada County is. So
it is wonderful.
Well, thank you so much. And we're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
Well, welcome back, everybody. I'm Lisa Swarthout, and I am here in the sound studio now over at NC Media. And we are here raising money for Sammie's Friends at the first annual Barkathon. And I just want to say to everybody who's working here, what an amazing effort this is. I know that this is a lot of work and a lot of moving parts. So big thank you to all the people who've made this possible, from Sammie's and from NC Media and all the volunteers. So I'd like my guest to introduce himself and tell us why are you here contributing to Sammie's Friends?
I'm Al Owens, and I love Sammie's Friends. I just love them. They're such good people, and they do such good work, and all those little lives that they help and save and rescue, and they have just such a great presence in the community, and it's just real close to my heart, Sammie's Friends, and the work that they do and the dedication of the volunteers there, and it's inspiring.
Great. Well, all the people, I mean, one of the ways, especially if you're newer in the community, to get to know people here is by volunteering and helping at Sammie's Friends, or doing what you're doing here today. It's not just an organization of, I believe, to help the animals. It really is a community organization where you can go out there, you can meet people, you can walk dogs, you can do a fostering program. I mean, there's so many different things that you can do with them.
Yeah, and you'll meet terrific people too. I mean, if you want to get introduced to some of the coolest people in Nevada County, that's where you want to go.
Yeah. People who love animals are good people. That's in my book. They're good people. Well, thank you so much for being here today. We really appreciate it. Again, we are over at NC Media. They're here till 6 o'clock. Lots of good stuff going on. There's some food trucks in the parking lot. If you're a kitten person, there's kittens to cuddle in the lobby. And there's an a silent auction going on where you can make some purchases, and all the money that is raised today goes directly to the care and feeding and medical for our pets here in Nevada County. So I am Lisa Swarthout, and I am signing off. My friend Ed Pinto is going to be taking over next. And now we're going to hear the music of Al Owens. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Lisa. We love Sammie's Friends. This wicked world, looking for light in darkness and insanity, I ask myself, is all hope lost? Is there only pain and hatred and misery? And every time I feel like this inside, there's one thing I wanna know. What's so funny about peace, love, and understanding? Yeah, what's so funny about peace, love, and understanding? As I walk through these troubled times, my spirit gets so downhearted sometimes. Where are the strong, and who are the trusted, and where is the harmony, sweet harmony? And every time I feel it slipping away, there's one thing I want to know. What's so funny about peace, love, and understanding? Yeah, what's so funny about peace, love, and understanding? Yeah, what's so funny about peace, love, and understanding? Every time I feel it slipping away, The next one's a really different song. Kind of going all over the place with the mood here, but this is an original. I'm playing all originals today, by the way. It's just some are originals that were written by other people. You know what I mean? You see what I did there? Yeah. Okay. But this is an original by me. Dreamify. Close your eyes. Never mind the world outside. It's time to leave that all behind and dreamify. Another day comes to an end. You may have won or lost your way again. There's nothing left to do, my friend. So dreamify. Drift through the veil, and on a breath you can sail up and away, up and away, through the dark until the dawn. All the dreamers dream on through the shadows of night, to the colors of day. Close your eyes. Dreamify with open eyes. Look up to the starry sky. The light you have, it never dies. So dreamify. Just dreamify. Thank you. This is another original that's not by me. If God had a name, what would it be, and would she call it to her face? If you were face to face with her in all her glory, what would it be if you could ask one question? God is good. God is great. What if God he meant that you would have to believe in things like miracles and grace and mercy and love for all eternity. Yeah, yeah. God is good. Yeah, yeah, yeah. God is great. Yeah, 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 yeah. What if God was one of us? Just a cloud like one of us. Just a stranger on the bus trying to make her way home. No one to talk to on the phone, except for the Pope maybe in Rome, like a holy rolling stone. Yeah, yeah, God is good. Yeah, yeah, yeah. God is great. Yeah, 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 yeah. What if God was one of us? Just a cloud like one of us. Just a stranger on the bus trying to make her way home. What if God was one of us? Just a cloud like one of us. Just a stranger on the bus trying to make her way home. No one to talk to on the phone, except for the Pope maybe in Rome, like a holy rolling stone. There's dogs and people and stuff out there. This is an original. I'm gonna let you guess which kind of original. You're a night blooming flower. You weave the colors. A dream wandering daylight. A rose on fire. Have you strayed here from some other life? Have you wandered from some other time? Through the mists in the fields, through the strange lights in the forest, to sounds of the bells that are ringing. Staring down to the water. Now I remember how we reached for each other as we went under. How I lost you in some other life. How I've called to you all of this time, through the mists in the fields, through the long nights in the forest, to sounds of the bells that are ringing. Through the mists in the fields, through the long nights in the forest, to sounds sounds of the bells that are ringing. Through the nights of high summer, among the lovers, we sang under the starlight, the eyes of the jealous angels shining, shining all around. There were times I could feel you hover near me. Now you're only an echo, a faded shudder. Will I find you in some other life? If I wander to some other time, through the mists and the fields, through the long nights in the forest, the stars and the bells that are ringing, through the mists in the fields, to the strange lights in the forest, the sounds of the bells that are ringing in time, ringing in time. Thank you. Okay, so one of these days, I'm gonna sit down and write a long letter to all those good friends that I've known. And I'm gonna try to thank them for all the good times together, though so far apart through the years we've grown. One of these days, I'm gonna write a long letter to all those good friends that I've known. One of these days, one of these days, yeah, one of these days, and it won't be long, it won't be long. And I'm gonna thank that old country fiddler and all those rough boys who play that rock and roll. Well, I never tried to burn down any bridges, though I know I've let some good things go. And one of these days, I'm gonna write a long letter to all those good friends that I've known. One of these days, York City to my old Ohio home. My friends are scattered like the leaves from some old maple. Some grew weak, yeah, some grew strong. And one of these days, I'm gonna write a long letter to all those good friends that I've known. One of these days, one of these days, yeah, one of these days, and it won't be long, it won't be long. One of these days, it won't be long, it won't be long. Okay. Kind of a rain song, even though that's over kind of for us, but I hear it's raining in Washington. Really hard. Maybe there'll be lightning too. Keep those.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Ed Pinto. I'll be your host for this segment of Sammie's Barkathon, Telethon. I want to thank Lisa for hosting these 3 hours. And
Singing of the siren
to reach
voices
into your
calling
heart,
through the waters
and
of
help Sammie's
time.
much loved organization in this in the Nevada County area. And more about that and a whole lot more. We're broadcasting out of 355 Crown Point Circle today in Grass Valley. We welcome you to come on over here because we got lots of things going on over here. We've got entertainment, we've got coloring tables for the kids, and we've got silent auction tables with lots of neat stuff. But right now, I'm going to turn my attention over to this nice lady, Diana Mittelberger, who is a fostering parent for some of the sweet little babies coming out of Sammie's. And how are you today, Diana? Tell us about your experience as a foster parent for doggies and cats.
I knew about Sammie's because they sponsor a lot of sports.
Right.
And I saw that they had a mom dog come in, and she had 13 puppies the night that they brought her in. Those little 14 hearts cannot stay in the shelter.
Right, right. And oh, hi, how are you? My name is Ed Pinto. I'm your host for the next segment of Sammie's Friends Barkathon Telethon. I want to thank Lisa, who opened up the show for the last 3 hours and did a wonderful job for us. And I'm going to ask you to do some things as we carry on with today's event. I want you to reach into your heart. I want you to reach into your pocketbook for Sammie's Friends, which is a much-loved organization out here in Nevada County. And there's going to be a lot of discussion about this and why funds are being pursued at this particular time. But we also want to encourage you to come out here on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. We've got coloring tables for the children. We've got silent auction, which has got a lot of neat stuff. And we have entertainment all afternoon. So with that, I'd like to introduce our first guest today, Diane Mittelberger, and who's a fostering parent for puppies. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
How long you been doing that, Diana?
About 6 months, 8 months.
Okay, and you're enjoying it?
I love
no
it.
problems at all, right?
Every day a new problem.
Really?
Yeah, but they're wonderful problems.
I thought you might say they never do anything wrong.
They don't ever do anything wrong. They're just puppies. They're just puppies, and you're just working with them to make them the best dogs they could ever be.
How did you get involved with fostering, and what's the process with Sammie's?
So I've always watched Sammie's because they're such a strong supporter in the community for spay and neutering everybody. And they reached out to the community and said that they had a mama dog that came in that had 13 puppies the night she was brought in, and
Right.
it grabbed me. And I went, those 14 dogs they just shouldn't be in a shelter.
And
so
how many, did you take all of them home?
Took mom and all 13 babies.
My God, you are a saint. I'm going to proclaim that right here in Nevada County right now.
Yep.
Diana
It
Mittelberger
was
is a saint.
my claim to fame for last year.
Well, what challenges do you face as a foster parent for doggies?
So I have 4 adult dogs of my own, and so it was incorporating the mama dog and all her babies to make sure they had a really good experience.
Yes.
And that's on us as the fosters, set it up so that it works out right.
Mhm.
Mom never had to worry about protecting her babies. I kept a little alleyway so that the in-house dogs didn't start to bother, and they all got used to each other to where pretty soon they all just lived together.
And when the time, are you still fostering all the dogs?
I don't have them right now. They all went to 13 amazing homes that I
Ah.
keep in constant contact with.
That warms my heart.
Yep. And
You
it
know
was
something?
Christmas time when those 13 were looking for homes. It wasn't the best time of year.
Because I'm going to tell you something right now. Even though funding has been tight for Sammie's Friends recently, and who knows how long, and that's why we're doing this telethon, Barkathon. The one thing that never lessens is the number of little puppies and kittens and even reptiles that show up at the doorsteps of Sammie's each and every day that need care. And then you need funding to be able to take care of them, right?
Yes, you do. You need funding and you need patience, but I'll tell you, when it's the most rewarding thing, and when you're telling your friends and family and the community that you took this on, and because these dogs got to be raised in a home, they grew up quieter, they grew up more confident, they had more one-on-one time and opportunity to learn, where to eat, where to soil, to go outside, just the experiences that we can give them in our own homes. It's a heartache when they leave, but it is worth it.
Something? We fostered a doggie that's currently Sal. Okay, he's a Staffordshire Terrier, and we were just going to foster him, and then put them up, through Sammie's for adoption. And it came to a point in time in the road, and it was like, no, he ain't going anywhere. He's staying here.
Well, they told me this mom was a Husky German Shepherd and the 13 babies, and I knew I didn't want a Husky German Shepherd. But when we ran the DNA on the babies, they were healers, and that's my breed. So Mama stayed with us. So we were a foster to adopt. She didn't ever leave. Her babies went on to be adopted, and she's still part of our pack.
So you're waiting a new batch of puppies to take care of?
Yep, we're about ready, but I'm not going to do 13.
Yeah?
Yeah, 13 is a little too many.
How does it work too? There's a lot of sweet babies to feed and care for. Does Sammie's help you with that?
Sammie's takes care of everything. So you pick up your food, you call them when you have a question. There's a lot of people that have done this, been there, done that before. They give you opportunities to understand what it's like raising a big litter. And now I'll be one of those people. I can help the next person that raises a big litter with tricks of the trade and, and bringing in a mom dog into a house full of adult dogs already and cats. But they're there. They have a vet team. They give you the food. Help, like I needed some bottle feeding coaching because they weren't enough. 13 was too hard on the mama.
And that's another reason we need you to look at that graphic on the screen, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Sammie's, the veterinarian costs and such, those are some other fees that go way, way up. And the animals are coming in each and every day, but when the funding's down, we need to take care of that. And that's why we're on the tube today asking for your support. Does other family members take care of things?
Oh yeah, my husband's like, why aren't we keeping all these puppies? I said, no, we need to find these puppies and make them good citizens so they go out and get good homes, and then we can help the next puppies so that they are nice, quiet, well-mannered, know when to go in, know when to go out kind of dogs.
What else is involved in being a foster for doggies?
You got to be ready to come to the adoption events and know the personalities of your puppies, which they don't really form till 5 or 6 weeks old.
Right.
Try to help the person that's adopting match with the puppy, and just be available. It's and you have to be willing. You're treating them like they're your own. What would you want an 8-week-old puppy to learn? Well, I want them to learn to run outside, come in and eat, run outside, so that they can have a chance to be an indoor puppy. You're training them like you're going to keep them forever.
What qualifies you to be a foster? I mean, just an interest in taking care of them? Is it overbearing for you? Your experience, I can tell. You love the doggies.
I worked full time
okay.
and still kept care of the dogs. It takes a village. You let your neighbors know. You make them wear booties and gloves, but you let your neighbors know that you need help, and you turn it into a village and get more people involved, and you reach out and you find people even at Sammie's and you ask them, can you help me? I need help this week. Can you take a couple puppies? And people usually say yes.
You know something? My wife is a dog walker over at Sammie's. And I've been over there. I've gone along with her on walks, and the people over there are just absolutely passionate. Those doggies and cats and reptiles, they are just like their own. I want to thank you for being on today, Diana.
Thank you.
And we'll be back right after this.
In Nevada County, every day is a second chance. At Sammie's Friends, we rescue, heal, and rehome pets who have been forgotten. From heartbreak to home, with your help, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. Adopt, foster, donate, volunteer.
I just don't know. Slipping through my fingers all the time. I try to capture every minute, the feeling in it, slipping through my fingers all the time. Do I really see what's in her mind? Each time I think I'm close to knowing, she keeps on growing, slipping through my fingers all the time. Sometimes I wish that I could phrase the picture and save it from the funny tricks of time, slipping through my fingers.
Hi, welcome back. I'm Ed Pinto, your host for this segment of Sammie's Friends in Nevada County, our Barkathon telethon today. And I'm going to introduce you to our next guest in here just in a moment. But I did want to tell you again, I asked you in the first segment to please, reach into your hearts and reach into your pocketbooks to, help support Sammie's. Typically, they've gotten a steady stream of funding from local entities, but that's not happening right now. Everybody's having challenges financially, so we're having to deal with this in a different way. So that's why we're asking you to help. And one of the things I do want to tell you is Sammie's has been around since 2001, started off largely with a volunteer staff. But one of the things that I want to tell you is that, and one of the trademarks of Sammie's is they are a no-kill shelter, which warms my heart to tell you that, okay? But like I mentioned in the previous segment, when the funds aren't coming in, there's no reduction of the animals they have to care for and each and every day. And a lot of the expenses are veterinarian expenses. So we need to have funding to help Sammie so they don't have to find a different approach in how they do their business each and every day. So please consider that. We'll talk about it more. Right now, I'd like to introduce to you Dr. Richard Jackson, veterinarian, and thank you for being with us today, Dr. Jackson.
Sure.
A couple of questions that I have for you that were posed for me to ask you, and vet prices are extraordinarily up there right now. Can you tell us about that?
A little bit. So a lot of it's out of our control. But the economy is part of it, of course, and with that trickle down with the salaries needing to be paid adequately for our staff so that we can remain open. And if you can't take care of them, you can't be open. Mm-hmm. It's a real frustration and a challenge to us who are working there because we want to help everybody.
Right.
Every life matters, and our goal has to be trying to get some help to them. Of course, with the fosters, like we saw just earlier, that's a huge help. And with Sammie's Friends, I'm happy to be a Sammie's friend. It's incredibly important that this organization is here to fill in around the edges for folks that are trying to make ends meet. And they have provided over a number of years. I've been in the area 2 going on 3 years now. Sammie's Friends has always been there to help with cost factors when it begins to exceed what may be affordable for a family.
I tell you, my wife and I have been here 4 years. We transplanted over from the Bay Area. It didn't take me long at all for us to know, about Sammie's Friends and what they mean to the community. They're a beloved community entity out here. And they're also nonprofit too, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, so keep that in mind. Well explained.
Well, kind of partially, the second part of that has to do with kind of what's going on in the veterinary industry.
Okay.
Over the years, as veterinarians have aged out, you usually turn your practice over to the people that are working there. Mm-hmm. And the practice has some value, so it helps your retirement a bit to turn it over to them, and it usually has some value. So they buy out what's there, the inventory, and something for the value of the business. That's all easily calculated, and that's just how that works. It's usually been fairly reasonable in line with the economy. Inflation hasn't been nearly what it's been the last 10 years. So that's become a factor. And over the years, the last 10 or so, I would hazard to guess, larger businesses, corporations, that sort of thing, have taken an interest in veterinary medicine because they recognize how important it is for the communities all over the country.
Right.
And they've provided an alternative source for purchasing practices and running them. Initially, it was at considerable cost savings because they can buy in bulk and that sort of thing. And to a large extent, that's completely true. That helps keep things going. But the ownership was transferred from veterinarians and veterinary ethics to corporations who are concerned as a business entity, and that's all well and good. It's fine, but we've lost a little bit of the control over that, and that's contributed to some degree to prices kind of kicking up a little bit here and there. Just the benefit to the veterinary community is just that it allowed you to retire in a much more dependable time frame. So,
Okay.
so that's part of it, and that we've lost a little bit of our control over that. Coupled with the economy right now, it's a real challenge to try to provide service to every client, and especially every animal that comes in. That's the challenge before veterinarians and veterinary hospitals, to try to be there for everybody.
Understood.
And that's why Sammie's Friends is so important. And other entities, other nonprofits, if there aren't, although Sammie's Friends is at the top of the list.
I'd like to ask you a question, if you don't
Sure.
mind transitioning.
Sorry.
At what age, and well explained, thank you. At what age do you suggest spay and neutering for dogs and cats?
That's another good question. The bias over the years has kind of waxed and waned. There was a time when they were all done very young. It's easier, it's less expensive, and for the most part, it's successful. Then the bias has shifted a little bit towards letting them be a little older, a little stronger, less likelihood of any difficulties.
A couple years old, would you say, or 1 year?
Cats, 6 to 12 months.
Okay.
So to give you kind of round numbers, but dogs, there's some value in spaying after they've got some age and size to them, but there's some benefits in not letting them have too many heat cycles, because that seems to prime them for some mammary cancer later. So there's a benefit in not waiting too long.
Right.
But there's recent information out that when you spay young, it can interfere with some of the growth of their bones. Hips in particular have been implicated in early spays, as a very small percentage of those female dogs maybe don't grow quite with the perfection that you'd expect, and there's more coming in on that as to whether or not it rolls over into all the other breeds.
So you
too.
might suggest then, Doctor, stay in touch with your veterinarian with regards to your special pet to see the most appropriate time.
Yeah, certainly. So we're thinking at least a year old for most dogs.
I got you.
And German Shepherds maybe even a couple of heat cycles. So the bones are done growing when they're 2 years old.
Question: what recommendations would you have for caring for pets to people out there who might be new at having a doggy or cat?
That's a great question. Broad topic, lots of different needs for all the different species.
Right.
But by and large, you can look at them kind of like kids. You want to keep them from getting too hot in the car. That's one thing that's really important to mention this time of the year coming into the summer. You just shouldn't leave them in a car.
I've got 15 seconds left.
Oh, okay.
So I'm getting the sign.
All right. Okay. Well, getting good professional advice from nonprofits like Sammie's, because they can answer most questions. They have behavioral professionals there, and then your veterinary community should be available to help you with most of the other questions.
Dr. Richard Jackson, veterinarian out of Auburn, California. Thank you so much. We'll be right back.
What she's saying is that they will be fixed on Tuesday now, and so yeah, one needs to get on a list if I'm interested, and then they may be available after a couple of days. And they do have a lot of them actually.
Hi, welcome back. I'm Ed Pinto, your host for the this next segment of Sammie's Friends, Nevada County, and our Barkathon Telethon, which we're very happy to present to you from 355 Crown Point Circle in Grass Valley. We welcome you all to come on down here. There's lots of things going on down here today. There's coloring tables for your children. There's a silent auction that's got all kinds of neat things you might absolutely need. Even if you don't need it, you're going to probably want to buy it anyway. And then we've got entertainment galore. So please come out over here. A couple of things I want to tell you, too, about other projects that Sammie's does all the time. They have a microchip special, okay? Every Friday from 10 a.m. to noon, bring your dog or cat for a microchip implant. $15 donation requested. It's simple, it's easy. And there's some other things, too, that I'll tell you about. But right now, I want to introduce you to our pet grooming specialist, Kitty Smith, and sweet little Gracie. Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. I want to learn all there is about pet grooming. What would you say, pet grooming 1A? How often should you bathe your pet?
It depends if the dog is a double-coated dog or just like a dog like this that's single-coated. It mats up really easily.
Mm-hmm.
They require more grooming because as they grow out from their haircut, it can get tangled. So these type of dogs are usually every 4 to 6 weeks.
How about a brush? What do you recommend? I got a nice brush on eBay a few years ago, and it's a nice, I can't describe it, but it seems to do the job real well. It gets a lot of hair. If you have one of those dog-emitting hair brushes or a kitty, what are your thoughts?
I like the slicker brush that's really soft
Right.
and that has some give to it. Chris Christensen makes a really good brush. You can get those on Amazon. And the key is to just do it softly. And because you can actually brush burn the dog if you're brushing in one spot for too long. But it's important to keep them brushed. I just brushed her out a little bit before we came on, but I'm going to be grooming her, giving her a haircut a little bit later.
Now, I think I broached this subject before. As far as the frequency of baths, you don't want to give a bath too frequently, correct?
No, you don't want to dry. You don't want to dry out the coat.
That's right.
Right.
That's right. So is that a problem that you've been seeing out there a lot with folks?
No, I mean I won't. If a dog's coat is dry and it doesn't need to be groomed, I'm not going to.
Do you provide, is this like a business of yours, dog grooming?
Yes.
Okay, what are some of the different packages you offer over there that folks might want to consider?
I don't really have packages. It's kind of more of an individual, based on individual. But I do hand scissoring haircuts. I do show cuts. I can just shave a dog down too. It just depends on the breed really and what the client wants. I do a lot of cats too. I shave down cats that get matted.
We've had golden retrievers where they got so thick and bushy, that we had them shaved down. And some people would say, they're going to get sunburned or whatever. I never had that problem. Is that an issue for any of the breeds?
Yeah, if you use a blade that's too short,
right,
that doesn't give them cover from the sun, yeah, they absolutely can get sunburned.
Shampoos, any suggestions?
Anything hypoallergenic.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, and some of the different breeds you've encountered, that might not be too happy to step in under the shower head. What are your thoughts? Any recommendations?
Huskies hate being groomed. They will scream and howl and shake and dance and try to get away from you. They are the hardest dogs to groom.
Do you recommend dressing up in a hockey uniform? So
yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other thoughts as far as the grooming process that you've learned since you started to where you are at this particular point that you'd like to let our viewers be tuned into?
Yeah, I think one thing that groomers really want to put out there to especially doodle owners is that it's really important to keep them groomed and brushed on a regular basis because we don't want to have to shave the dog down. But a lot of times the client will just do what we call top brushing, where the top is brushed out nice, but down to the skin it's matted, and then that always has to be shaved. There's no way around it. It's going to hurt the dog to even try to demat it. So sometimes you have this push and pull with the client. in the groomer where the client doesn't want the dog shaved because it looks cute, but we're saying what's best for the dog, and that it's something you can't brush out a mat like that because you're actually torturing the dog.
Well, particularly for the thicker coats during Grass Valley, Nevada City summer.
Yeah.
It probably gives them nice relief, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. A number of years ago, we had a mixed breed, beautiful dog. He went too soon. He went out into our residential neighborhood, backyard, and he got hit by a skunk.
Oh.
And you know what? If you're driving a lonely road at night and you smell a skunk, it doesn't smell that bad. You almost don't know what the hubbub is about it. But if you have an animal that gets hit by a skunk, you understand real quickly what the problem is, how bad it is.
Right.
What do you recommend to clean up the doggy or the cat as quickly as possible?
So the worst thing you can do is actually take a hose to your dog and just start spraying it down, which is what a lot of people naturally do.
Right.
What you want to do is you want to make up a paste of Dawn dish soap, baking soda, and hydrogen peroxide, and make like a paste, and then put it on, like patch it like a mud mask onto the dog's fur. Let it sit for like 20 minutes, and that'll pull out a lot of the smell.
You put them in the bathtub, and I got about 10 seconds left here.
Yes, and then you can always shave the fur off, which I think is the best idea because.
Okay, because that's a problem a lot of folks, particularly in this area, have. All right, Kitty Smith and Sweet Gracie, thank you for being on the program today.
You.
And we'll be right back.
In Nevada County, there's a place where tails wag and hearts heal. It's called Sammie's Friends, a nonprofit animal shelter, giving abandoned and injured pets a second chance. From emergency medical care to loving adoptions, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. But they can't do it without you. Donate, adopt, volunteer. Sammie's Friends, because every animal deserves a chance to be loved. Visit sammiesfriends.org.
In Nevada County, every day is a second chance. At Sammie's Friends, we rescue, heal, and rehome pets who've been forgotten. Hello, I'm Fran Cole, the Executive Director of Sammie's Friends. We are a nonprofit animal shelter that believes that every animal deserves the opportunity to thrive. Every day, with your help, we help injured, abandoned, and forgotten pets find love and a second chance. From emergency vet care to forever homes, Sammie's Friends is here because people like you care. With your help, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. We can't do this without you. Consider adopting, donating, or volunteering because every tail deserves a happy ending. In Nevada County, every day is a second chance. At Sammie's Friends, we shelter, heal, and rehome pets who've been forgotten. We're a nonprofit animal shelter in Nevada County, California, and every day we help injured, abandoned, and forgotten pets find love and a second chance. From emergency vet care to forever homes, Sammie's Friends is here because people like you care. From heartbreak to home, with your help, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. Adopt, donate, volunteer, because every tale deserves a happy ending.
In Nevada County, there's a place where tails wag and hearts heal. It's called Sammie's Friends, a nonprofit animal shelter, giving abandoned and injured pets a second chance. From emergency medical care to loving adoptions, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. But they can't do it without you. Donate, adopt, volunteer. Sammie's Friends, because every animal deserves a chance to be loved. Visit sammiesfriends.org. In Nevada County, every day is a second chance. At Sammie's Friends, we rescue, heal, and rehome pets who have been forgotten. From heartbreak to home, with your help, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. Adopt, foster, donate, volunteer.
I just don't know. Slipping through my fingers all the time. I try to capture every minute, the feeling in it. Slipping through my fingers all the time. Do I really see what's in her mind? Each time I think I'm close to knowing, she keeps on growing, slipping through my fingers all the time. Sometimes I wish that I could phrase the picture and save it from the funny tricks of time, slipping through my fingers.
They were like crazy.
Hi, welcome to the next segment. My name is Ed Pinto. I've been your host for about the last 45 minutes or so, and we're getting into some fun stuff here now. It's the entertainment portion of the day, and it's going to be ongoing all day. So please come on down over to 355 Crown Point Circle, where Nevada County Media Services is located. And we've got games for the kids, coloring books. We've got beautiful silent auction. Come over and buy something you don't need, or you may need it. That might be the one area in the corner of your house where you need what we have going. And then also, we're going to be introducing and talking to this band here in just a moment. You want to come over and enjoy this. Did want to tell you to please remember why we're here today, and that's to raise funds for Sammie's Friends, a much beloved organization in this community that's been serving since 2001. And they have a lot of other different things too, besides the almighty important thing, and that's taking care of the animals that come in each and every day. They take the doggies in, they take the kitties in, and they even take reptiles in too. I'd like to go and check those kennels out. But they do a nifty adoption day the last Saturday of every month between 10 and 2 over Sammie's thrift shop over on Main Street. And I got to tell you, that's my wife's, that's our favorite thrift shop in town. So please come down there. And if you're thinking about a pet, that's a good place to go, as well as their location over on McCourtney Road. So the other thing I wanted to mention too, before I talk to the band over here, is that since 2001, Sammie's has saved almost 30,000 pets. Okay, that is big, yeah. Absolutely. So you want to get out, you want to support us. Funding is a little bit down right now. Cost for veterinarian care is way up. We just talked to Dr. Jackson about that. He told us about why that's occurring. So anyway, it is what it is. So we're here to help. So please assist us and look at the graphics as far as the website, telephone numbers, and help Sammie's through this period. Now, I'd like to talk to this nice lady here, Brenda, from this group, Foreplay. Brenda, and we have over here Paul. Neil, I'm sorry, I can't even read my own writing. And then over here we've got Bea and Paul. Okay, and I wish I had learned how to play the saxophone.
So do I.
Yeah. I'll tell you, Brenda, tell us a little bit about Foreplay, and how did you come into knowledge about Sammie's?
Sammie's, I think my daughter's fostered all kinds of puppies and kittens, and that's kind of how I got into that whole thing. But we also have 2 bratty little kittens that we got from Sammie's as well. So that's how I guess, found out about Sammie's. We love animals. This little situation, we've kind of known each other in other situations, and just kind of, it just happened. The chemistry just happened, and we love it. There's a lot of originals, very eclectic music, and anyway, we're excited to be here.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Brenda. You know what? I think original music, if you have the knack for writing, that's big for a band. I know that there was a time early in their careers where the Rolling Stones were just strictly cover. And their manager at the time said, look, Keith, Mick, you get in that room, I'm going to lock the door and don't come out until you've written some songs. So anyway, with that, enough from me. I want to introduce to you, for your listening pleasure, Foreplay.
Maybe you wanna give me kisses sweet, only for a night and no repeat. Maybe you walk away and never call. Taste of honey is worse than none at all. Oh, well, in that case I don't want no part. Do believe that that would only break my heart. Oh, but if you feel like loving me, if you got the notion, second-hand emotion. Oh, and if you feel like giving me a lifetime of devotion, a second-hand emotion. Maybe you think that love would tie you down. You don't have the time to hang around. Maybe you think that love was made for fools, so it makes you wise to break the rules. Oh, well, in that case I don't want no part. Do believe that that would only break my heart. Oh, but if you feel like loving me, if you've got the notion, a second that emotion. Oh, and if you feel like giving me a lifetime of devotion, a second that emotion. Maybe you wanna give me kisses sweet, only for a night and no repeat. Maybe you go away and never call.
you're loving me, and if you've got the notion, second that emotion. Oh, and if you feel like giving me a lifetime of devotion, second that emotion. Second that emotion. Second that emotion. Second that emotion. Thank you. This is an original that we're going to do next. Pick it up a little bit. Come on in.
Wait a second.
Don't be looking back. Keep the wheels on the track. Don't be looking back. Don't be looking back. Ain't no good who comes from that. Don't be looking back. Days are growing longer, and we're growing older. I feel that way leaning. It's leaning on my shoulder. Just a piece of me. That's all that's left for you to see. It's been a long time coming. That constant hunger running round my head, worried about the things you could say. Sometimes I feel like the walking dead. Don't be looking back. Keep the wheels on the track. Don't be looking back. Don't be looking back. Ain't no good who comes from that. Don't be looking back. Gotta get stronger. Oh, we won't last much longer. Pick up the pieces and bring them all back to me. 'Cause I'm not done yet. No, no, not even close. I'm starting a new chapter. This one is full of hope. Don't be looking back. Keep the wheels on the track. Don't be looking back. Don't be looking back. Ain't no good who comes from that. Don't be looking back. Don't be looking back. Thank you. How's it sound out there? Are we too loud? No? Yes. Thank you. This one is too. Just a slower one. Okay. This time I'm set me free. I've got a brand new way getting through my days these days. These days, I've got a brand new way getting through my days these days. These days, these days. These days, know you hear that it's no use, but that's a lie. Now here's the truth, it lives in you. We all have to find our own way. Don't matter what the people say, you've gotta search your heart, you'll find your way. My heart is wide open, my mind is calm, and it knows no bounds. That's what I've found. I've got a brand new way getting through my days these days. These days, I've got a brand new way getting through my days these days. These days, these days. These days, don't know how I'm going, know where I've been, and I'm not going back. I can tell you that. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This next song is Darkness, Darkness, and everybody does it a little bit different. It's a young blood song. Darkness, darkness, be my pillow, and take my head, let me sleep in the coolness of your shadow, in the silence of your deep. Darkness, darkness, hide the yearning for the things that cannot be. Keep my mind from constant turning towards the things I cannot see now. Things I cannot see now. Things I cannot see. Darkness, darkness, long and lonesome is the day that brings the pain. I have fell into the sadness, and I hide to trick the fear. Darkness, darkness, be my blanket, cover me with endless night. Take away the pain of knowing. Feel the darkness be my pillow. Take my hand, let me sleep in the coolness of your shadow, in the silence of your deep. Darkness, darkness, be my blanket, cover me with endless night. Take away the pain of knowing. Feel the emptiness of right now. Emptiness of right now. Emptiness of right now. We have time for one more. This is a Bonnie Raitt tune. I told you once the day we met, I wouldn't be your queen. Your little darling, sweet coquette, just want my routine. You've been around enough to know there's really no one else. When I hear that siren call, baby, I just can't help myself. I got to go. I hope you understand. I love you so. Want you to be my man. I hear a call, baby. Sounds so sweet and plain. I gotta go, 'cause the road is my middle name. Well, it's hard enough to love someone when they're right close at home. Don't you think I know it's hard, honey? Squeezing sugar from the phone. Guess the road is in my blood, 'cause I'm my daddy's kid. Just have to learn how to let me go, just like my mama did. I gotta go, darling. I hope you understand. I gotta go, because the road is my middle name. Hear me call, baby. Sounds so sweet and plain. I gotta go, because the road is my middle name. I gotta go, because the road is my middle name. I gotta go, because the road is my middle name. Okay, we got time for one more, and we're gonna do a sad one to wrap it up. It's pretty, but it's sad. It is pretty sad. It's not half bad. It was written on the walls and window shades, and how she'd act, the little girl. The deceiver, don't believe her, that's her trade. Sometimes a bottle of perfume, flowers and maybe some lace. Men brought Louise 10-cent trinkets. Their intentions were easily traced. But everybody thought it kind of sad when they found Louise in a room. Well, they all put her down below their kind. Still some cried when she died this afternoon. Louise rode home on the mail train, somewhere to the south, I heard them say. Too bad it ended so ugly, but too bad she had to go that way. The wind is blowing cold here tonight. Well, good night, Louise, good night. Louise rode home on the mail train, well, somewhere to the south, I heard them say. Too bad it ended so ugly, but too bad she had to go that way. It's blowing cold here tonight. Good night, Louise, good night. Well, good night, Louise.
Thank you.
In Nevada County, every day is a second chance. At Sammie's Friends, we rescue, heal, and rehome pets who have been forgotten. From heartbreak to home, with your help, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. Adopt, foster, donate, volunteer.
I just don't know. Slipping through my fingers all the time. I try to capture every minute, the feeling in it, slipping through my fingers all the time. Do I really see what's in her mind? Each time I think I'm close to knowing, she keeps on growing, slipping through my fingers all the time. Sometimes I wish that I could phrase the picture and save it from the funny tricks of time, slipping through my fingers.
In Nevada County, every day is a second chance. At Sammie's Friends, we shelter, heal, and rehome pets who've been forgotten. We're a nonprofit animal shelter in Nevada County, California, and every day we help injured, abandoned, and forgotten pets find love and a second chance. From emergency vet care to forever homes, Sammie's Friends is here because people like you care. From heartbreak to home, with your help, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. Adopt, donate, volunteer, because every tale deserves a happy ending.
Hi, welcome back. I'm Ed Pinto, your host for this segment, and thank you to Foreplay. And if you ever have a chance to see them live and in person, I have a couple of times, and they're very, very entertaining, as you saw from their performance just now. Couple of things I want to tell you before I introduce our next guest. There are a number of ways, aside from writing the check or presenting your credit card, to help Sammie's, which is why we're primarily here today. But adopt, donate, and volunteer. I'll say that backwards. Volunteer, donate, and adopt. They can use your help in all categories. I know my wife has been a dog walker for some time, and she's trying to recruit me, and I'm thinking about it. So anyway, those are areas that we can use your help over at Sammie's Friends. The other thing I want to tell you, too, because you've heard over and over about the funds that are needed to keep Sammie operating the way they are right now. Funding through local agencies is not there at the present. So we're trying to keep Sammie's working as they currently are, and that's as a no-kill shelter. And they're doing everything they can. But I mean, if the funds aren't there, they may have to change how their operation is. We don't want that. We want it to be just the way it is. And I want to ask you too, as I present this to you for your financial support. You may have done business with Sammie's, maybe you haven't, but a lot of people in Nevada County have that little friend, whether it's a kitty or whether it's a doggy or something else, that's your friend for life. It's your forever friend. I'm going to tell you what, think about Sammie's. And if you dealt with another company when you got your dog, if you went to another shelter, think about Sammie's, because they're doing everything with short staffs. They're doing it from the heart. I've seen these people work over there. We need your funding to help Sammie's go forward and continue with the wonderful service that they've been providing since 2001. So thank you for that. I'd like to introduce to you now our next guest, Dr. Thomas Morrow from the Wolf Creek Veterinarians Hospital, right over in Idaho, Maryland. Thank you for being here, Doctor.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about a topic that, particularly this time of the year, is something that better be on your radar, and that's rattlesnake bites. Doctor, how prevalent is that right now?
Well, there's about 300,000 rattlesnake bites in dogs and cats in the United States a year, so it's no small problem. And if you're in an area where there's a lot of them, not an apartment in New York City, right? But in rural areas, they're all at risk. My own dog, my wife had a C-section. I was at the hospital a lot, and I wasn't home for a day or so, and my dog had been bitten and was already dead. And I lived out in a rural area, and that's my own dog, and it's common. When I worked in an endemic area outside of Wheatland by Campfire West Lake, I probably treated 50 snake bites a year. So it is a common thing.
Let me ask you, when a dog or a cat's been bitten, how much time do they have time to get the necessary inoculations to save their life?
Well, most of the time the dog's looking at the snake and they get it on the face. And normally that's a defensive bite. So the snake doesn't deliver that much venom usually, but you don't know. Normally when they get in another part of their body, they deliver more toxin. So it's all dependent on how much toxin they got. But they all will swell up like mad. I mean, in 15 minutes, your dog's face is just obviously swollen, and it's really evident. It's not a bee sting. It's severe, and once again, it's dependent on how much they get. But to answer your question, usually you want to get good attention within 2 hours when they've been bit. Yeah.
Okay, I'm aware in different parts of the country they have, and probably locally here too, they actually have snake avoidance classes for our doggies and cats. Tell us about what's going on, what's available locally.
You know, there's some trainers that offer that, and they have classes in it, and teach you how to essentially teach your dog to not like snakes and stay away. It's hard with cats, but cats getting bit by snakes is much less common than with dogs.
But they're pretty quick and reactionary, aren't they?
Yeah. And I don't think they fiddle too much. Their dogs are real curious about that kind of thing, you know. So yeah.
Well, I live out in the Cedar Ridge area. We've got like a forested area out there, and I think the rattlesnakes a lot, but it's not. We're just a quarter mile away from Rattlesnake Road. So what does that tell you? But is there anything you would recommend? I want to just tap into your brain. All the 36 years you've been in operation, what do you recommend as far as good housekeeping to maybe help avoid, an interaction between your pet and a snake?
Well, there's two things to do. You eliminate or minimize the environment that the snake likes to live in, and they want cover, they need water, which, if you have a creek in your house, then you're not going to avoid that, but they like rocky areas, they like going under decks, things like that. So you just look around your property and say, if it's just flat out in the lawn, and they're not going to stay there. They've got to go where there's cover, and you just try to block all that. And then the other thing you can do for safety is, if your dog is at risk for rattlesnake bites, is to get them vaccinated. There is a rattlesnake vaccine.
Tell us about that. How much does that vaccination cost, and how effective has it been, and how often should they do it?
Well, I was the very first veterinarian to have the rattlesnake vaccine. It was developed in a company in Woodland, and they got it licensed in California, and they came right out to me because of where I was at Camp Far West, and I started using it immediately, and I'm not aware of a snake coming to me dying since that had the vaccine. The vaccine does not make them immune to snake bites. If they get bit, they still have to be treated, no question about it. But it gives you a safety margin for two things. Number one, prevent them from dying from the toxin, and it gives them more time, so you find them and then you get them help. The other thing is, when the snake bites, it causes damage to tissue, and even if a dog doesn't die from that, they can lose a limb. It can kill tissue and cause big infections and cause all kinds of problems. So the vaccine helps prevent that while you get help.
How much does a shot like that cost?
About $50.
$50 isn't much, for being in an at-risk
it's once
area
a year,
like
and
that.
it's good to give it around February, so you have the highest protection through the summer. Yeah.
Doctor, I've got about 15 seconds. Can you tell us a little bit more in 15 seconds as to what the scope is of your coverage over at the veterinarian? Do you handle reptiles? Do you do horses? And I got 10 seconds.
We do dogs, cats, reptiles, birds, and pocket pets.
Very good. You are wonderful. Talk about concise. Dr. Thomas Morrow from the Wolf Creek Veterinarian Hospital in Grass Valley. Thank you for being a guest. We'll be right back.
In Nevada County, every day is a second chance. At Sammie's Friends, we rescue, heal, and rehome pets who've been forgotten. Hello, I'm Fran Cole, the Executive Director of Sammie's Friends. We are a nonprofit animal shelter that believes that every animal deserves the opportunity to thrive. Every day, with your help, we help injured, abandoned, and forgotten pets find love and a second chance. From emergency vet care to forever homes, Sammie's Friends is here because people like you care. With your help, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. We can't do this without you. Consider adopting, donating, or volunteering, because every tale deserves a happy ending.
In Nevada County, every day is a second chance. At Sammie's Friends, we rescue, heal, and rehome pets who have been forgotten. From heartbreak to home, with your help, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. Adopt, foster, donate, volunteer.
I just don't know. Slipping through my fingers all the time. I try to capture every minute, the feeling in it. Slipping through my fingers all the time. Do I really see what's in her mind? Each time I think I'm close to knowing, she keeps on growing, slipping through my fingers all the time. Sometimes I wish that I could phrase the picture and save it from the funny tricks of time, slipping through my fingers.
Hi, welcome back. I'm Ed Pinto, and I'm happy to be here with you for this very special occasion today where we are having our Barkathon telethon for Sammie's Friends of Nevada County, a much loved nonprofit organization in Nevada County. And just keep your inquiries going, keep your donations coming. It's all appreciated. And we need to help Sammie's out for all the reasons I've specified before. I do want to mention something because Sammie's is always doing things. And they've got a Wine for Animals promotion coming up at the Alta Sierra Wine Shop. And I know Dana Price over there, the proprietor. She's a wonderful lady. She's always doing things for the community. They're going to have a Wine for Animals on July 10th between 3 and 6 p.m. And I'm going to put the spectacles on. They're located at 174 Alta Sierra Drive in Grass Valley. Support your local shelters while indulging in some fabulous wine from Alta Sierra Wine Shop. 50% of the sales will be donated to both Wayward Journey and Sammie's Friends. So that is on July 10th, 2025, between 3 and 6 o'clock at the Alta Sierra Wine Shop. Now I'm very pleased to introduce to you the executive director from Sammie's Friends, Miss Fran Cole. Thanks for being on the program, Fran. We had Dr. Richard Jackson on earlier, and we talked about a myriad of different topics, and I wanted to ask you about your views on spaying and neutering.
Well, obviously, I'm a big proponent of spaying and neutering. We have at our shelter coming in probably 75 to 90% of all the animals that come in are not spayed or neutered. So under state law, we have to spay and neuter them before they are adopted out. So that can be quite challenging. What we are seeing happening now is it's not a single animal. People are bringing in full litters of kittens and puppies. You know, right now we have 97 kittens in foster because we don't like to have kittens at the shelter. It's not a great environment for them. But one thing that I wanted to talk to the audience about is early spay neuter and what that means in the shelter environment. Now, Dr. Jackson spoke very well about spay neuter and a desire. It's his feeling that some of the literature says that you should wait until a female dog has had a couple of heat cycles, or especially with larger dogs, that you allow them a little more time for their bones to develop. That isn't possible in a shelter environment because we have to have all the animals spayed or neutered before they're released. We don't have the liberty of waiting because just as soon as we end up getting rid of and adopting out one puppy, then we get a litter of puppies just coming in. So it is shelter practice, and UC Davis has the Coret Medicine Unit, and they provide advice and protocols for shelter medicine. So what we need to do is when we have kittens or puppies, we need to have them spayed and neutered at an earlier age than would be at a private practice.
Mm-hmm.
This becomes a little challenging sometimes because most of our kittens and puppies we don't like to keep at the shelter. So we foster them out, and usually with puppies and kittens, it's a foster to adopt. Oftentimes the potential adopter, this is currently the foster and a foster to adopt situation, will take their pet or kitten to or puppy to a vet, and the vet will say, well, you need to wait because it's better medicine to wait, but that's not possible for us.
And
So-
you've been in the trenches for many years, so
I
you
have
know.
been. I have been. I was the first dog walker in 2001, and I've seen amazing changes in Sammie's Friends and in how animals are treated in our community by the
Right,
shelter.
right.
Because when I first started at Sammie's Friends as a volunteer, I was only dog walker. So I walked all the dogs, and it was, it could be quite a long day, although
Oh, my
not as long
goodness.
as it is now. But in those days, 2/3 of all the animals, cats and dogs, were euthanized. And it didn't have anything to do with behavior. It just had to do with opening up space. Because in those days, shelters really had the purposes of protecting the public and reuniting stray dogs with their owners. There was not a focus on adoption, and that has made life very, very different for us at shelters. But I'm really proud of what we've accomplished at Sammie's Friends and how we've helped 30,000 plus animals since its inception.
Everybody knows about Sammie's Friends of Nevada County.
Mhm.
Fran, tell us about initiatives happening with regards to spay and neutering.
Well, right now, the biggest initiative locally is that Nevada County is instituting a program to fund community spay neuter, which is the first time the county has ever done that. And we're really excited because I think it signifies a real shift in thinking at the county that they understand that the only way to get ahead of the problem is to get ahead of the problem. And that means making sure that animals are spayed and neutered. So the details of that program aren't available yet, but I anticipate they will be available soon. $75,000 a year for 2 years, and the county is managing that program. So that's really exciting for all of us in the animal welfare local organizations. A couple other things that are happening are that we are utilizing the cheapest and the most effective spay neuter program locally, which is through Animal Save. And Animal Save reserves a certain number of appointments for Sammie's Friends so that we can bring our animals in. Unfortunately, they don't have room in their medical spay neuter RV for larger animals. So with those, we are at the mercy of the appointment process for local vets, which is very, very hard. It's hard for the community to make appointments for spay neuter, not to mention the price, but there aren't enough veterinarians locally. There aren't enough new veterinarians going to vet school. So what we expect is that problem will not resolve itself, the shortage of vets and the costs.
I'll tell you what I've had a front row seat at Sammie's, and you know my wife Randy works down there. She's always on her app looking to see if you got enough walkers over there.
Yeah.
And a lot of times she'll come in on an extra day. We're getting down here to a few seconds, but what's involved with walking dogs? It's what is it, an hour and a half of your time?
It varies. It depends on how many animals there are
Right.
and how many are staff-only walks.
Right.
Sometimes there are a number of those. But right now we have a lot of very lovely dogs that are easily walkable by the walkers. And you can basically set your own schedule. You can be on a regular schedule, or you can be a fill-in where you look and see where the need is.
Okay. Fran Cole, Executive Director of Sammie's Friends, Nevada County. What they do there, it's all about love. I've seen it firsthand. So please get your checks in and your credit card and help us out. We'll be right back.
In Nevada County, every day is a second chance. At Sammie's Friends, we shelter, heal, and rehome pets who've been forgotten. We're a nonprofit animal shelter in Nevada County, California, and every day we help injured, abandoned, and forgotten pets find love and a second chance. From emergency vet care to forever homes, Sammie's Friends is here because people like you care. From heartbreak to home, with your help, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. Adopt, donate, volunteer, because every tale deserves a happy ending.
In Nevada County, every day is a second chance. At Sammie's Friends, we rescue, heal, and rehome pets who have been forgotten. From heartbreak to home, with your help, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. Adopt, foster, donate, volunteer.
I just don't know. Slipping through my fingers all the time. I try to capture every minute, the feeling in it. Slipping through my fingers all the time. Do I really see what's in her mind? Each time I think I'm close to knowing, she keeps on growing, slipping through my fingers all the time. Sometimes I wish that I could phrase the picture and save it from the funny tricks of time, slipping through my fingers.
In Nevada County, every day is a second chance. At Sammie's Friends, we rescue, heal, and rehome pets who've been forgotten. Hello, I'm Fran Cole, the Executive Director of Sammie's Friends. We are a nonprofit animal shelter believes that every animal deserves the opportunity to thrive. Every day, with your help, we help injured, abandoned, and forgotten pets find love and a second chance. From emergency vet care to forever homes, Sammie's Friends is here because people like you care. With your help, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. We can't do this without you. Consider adopting, donating, or volunteering because every tale deserves a happy ending.
Hi again, this is Ed Pinto. I'm finishing out my segment here, and you will soon be seeing Emily Hornick from Sammie's Friends, who will complete today's Barkathon telethon. I want to thank you very much for continuing to stay with us this afternoon. The vendors are out here if you're interested in food, silent auction, kiddie games in the way of coloring, and music. So please come out here. Please get onto the website, make a donation to Sammie's Friends. What they do is out of love, and they need our help because they've been there for us. My name is Ed Pinto, and we'll be back in just a moment.
In Nevada County, every day is a second chance. At Sammie's Friends, we rescue, heal, and rehome pets who've been forgotten. Hello, I'm Fran Cole, the Executive Director of Sammie's Friends. We are a nonprofit animal shelter believes that every animal deserves the opportunity to thrive. Every day, with your help, we help injured, abandoned, and forgotten pets find love and a second chance. From emergency vet care to forever homes, Sammie's Friends is here because people like you care. With your help, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. We can't do this without you. Consider adopting, donating, or volunteering because every tale deserves a happy ending.
In Nevada County, every day is a second chance. At Sammie's Friends, we rescue, heal, and rehome pets who have been forgotten. From heartbreak to home, with your help, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. Adopt, foster, donate, volunteer.
I just don't know. Slipping through my fingers all the time. I try to capture every minute, the feeling in it. Slipping through my fingers all the time. Do I really see what's in her mind? Each time I think I'm close to knowing, she she keeps on growing, slipping through my fingers all the time. Sometimes I wish that I could phrase the picture and save it from the funny tricks of time, slipping through my fingers.
Welcome back, everybody, to Sammie's Friends Barkathon. I am Emily, your host, returning again for the closing out of the Barkathon. I'm here with our wonderful volunteer board member, Stacy. Stacy, thank you for coming and interviewing with me
you're welcome.
today.
I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, so we've had a really great time today. So Stacy, let's talk about some volunteer opportunities at the shelter.
There are so many.
Well, let's dive into how many volunteer opportunities we have.
We love dog walkers. We're always in need of dog walkers. We walk dogs in the morning, we walk dogs in the afternoon. We also encourage people to come during the midday season, intersection time, because dogs need to get out more than a couple times a day, if possible. For those of you who can't walk dogs or have other interests, there are so many other things to do. I often meet people who say, well, I can't walk dogs, what else is there for me? And I said, you can come and sit in the play yard and play with puppies and socialize them because it makes them more adoptable. Same with cats and kittens. We always need help with laundry, dishwashing. We started a terrific program a few months back, enrichment for our dogs. And people come fill toys with good food like sweet potatoes and turkey. And we give all of our dogs those to chomp on and get some of their energy out. And that is always a fun, feel-good thing to do for a volunteer.
And there's many other volunteer opportunities, like Kitty Cove, for instance. We always need volunteers over at Kitty Cove. Cleaning is a big one. Kitty cuddling, that's everybody's favorite, is cuddling the kittens. They love cuddling the kittens. Who wouldn't want to play with a bunch of kittens? So
I think the Kitty Cove is a very zen place too.
Yes,
it's very quiet.
Yes, much different than the dogs. Dogs, it's very loud when you go in there.
Yeah,
but
it's a lot of energy.
But they're wonderful. And then we don't do a whole lot with the livestock as far as volunteer goes, but people can always come and interact with the livestock because sometimes we'll have. Right now we have a sheep and pig right now, so that's exciting.
The pig right now is my favorite. Ezzy. I brought her a baby pool.
Oh, cute.
From the B&C, and then I bring her treats.
Yes. No, she's a sweet little
pig.
She
She loves carrots and apples, and she's an adorable little pig. So she's fun to play with.
If anybody wants a pig.
If anyone wants a pig.
Sammie's Friends has pigs. So there's a lot of really wonderful opportunities for people to come out. We also have trail maintenance. We do have a couple trails.
Good point.
We have the large trail. There's a medium trail and a small trail. So we can always use maintenance for the trails,
That's true. And donations of wood chips are always much appreciated.
Wood chips are appreciated.
It's that time of year when the foxtails are rampant. And those
foxtails
are a dog's worst friend. So we're always checking our animals when they're out and trying to keep them away from those. And we've had some great volunteers this year donate a lot of wood chips, but we're always in need of more.
And anybody that wants to weed eat. If you want to weed eat, we have weeds.
If weed eating is your thing, weed whacking is your thing, we can always use that too, of course, because weeds are never ending for us and everyone else in the community, so that's always a good thing. Do we need help in the front office at all?
We could always use help in the front office. That's just answering phone calls and
fielding questions.
Fielding questions. And there's both dog and cat side you can do that in, so that's really awesome. It's a fun way to be more involved in everything that's going on as far as knowing the all the updates and stuff that's happening. So
the other thing we can use help with, people can pop in and take a dog out for a day to the park for a long walk, someplace other than the trail that they're on every day and in their kennels. It's super important for our animals to have other enrichment because every opportunity out in a park or walking through town with one of our Adopt Me vests on increases their chances of being adopted and being seen, and also socializes them. They get to do something else than sit in a kennel. I try to remind people you know, it's a shelter. It's not a dog hotel.
Yeah.
It's a shelter, and they need to get out of there. The goal is to get them fostered or adopted. So if you have the time and inclination, we always encourage people to come and take our dogs out for a day. There's so many beautiful places in this community to take a dog.
Beautiful places.
And we do have people who do that, which it's really nice. And it's a super simple process. It doesn't take a whole lot of time and effort to sign up to do that. We do offer dog walking training for those who've never done it. We have a great behaviorist on staff that works with the dogs and can give some pointers and tips about what to do if you're new to with dogs, or even if you've walked some of our dogs. Taking them out of the shelter is different than walking them on just the trail. So that's always something we can use help with. And of course, you know, we're always in need of donations beyond volunteering the different things for the shelter. It's that time of year when the heat is coming, so we've had a lot of people chip in and help us with shade over some of our outdoor runs and areas, but we could always use more. We had one deep cleaning community event at the shelter. I don't know if we've got another one planned in the fall.
Not yet.
That was super helpful.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Everyone came out for that.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, we try to keep our place perfectly clean, but we have things to get rid of, and
Yeah.
stuff piles up,
Yeah.
and or we get donations from people, which are wonderful, but sometimes we can't use them.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, thank you so much, Stacy. It's been
You're
absolutely
welcome.
wonderful. And everybody, stay tuned. Edge Tones are here, and they're rocking and having a good time. And there is more to come. So we'll be back with you guys in a minute. In Nevada County, every day is a second chance. At Sammie's Friends, we rescue, heal, and rehome pets who have been forgotten. From heartbreak to home, with your help, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. Adopt, foster, donate, volunteer.
I just don't know. Slipping through my fingers all the time. I try to capture every minute, the feeling in it. Slipping through my fingers all the time. Do I really see what's in her mind? Each time I think I'm close to knowing, she keeps on growing, slipping through my fingers all the time. Sometimes I wish that I could phrase the picture and save it from the funny tricks of time, slipping through my fingers.
In Nevada County, there's a place where tails wag and hearts heal. It's called Sammie's Friends, a nonprofit animal shelter, giving abandoned and injured pets a second chance. From emergency medical care to loving adoptions, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. But they can't do it without you. Donate, adopt, volunteer. Sammie's Friends, because every animal deserves a chance to be loved. Visit sammiesfriends.org. Welcome back, everyone, to the Sammie's Friends Barkathon. I'm your host, Emily, and I'm here with our wonderful Executive Director, Fran Cole. And we are getting ready to wrap up this awesome Barkathon that we have been doing today. It has been a whole lot of fun, wouldn't you say, Fran?
Oh, it has been. The
Yeah.
day went so quickly.
Yeah, it did. Flew by. So, in the closing things here, so what do you think is the most important thing for people to do to help support Sammie's Friends?
I think that they have to understand, first of all, our need. And many people think that we contract with the county, that we're paid in full for the cost of running the animal shelter, and that is not true. What we do, the enrichment, the behavioral training, the extra adoption programs, the extra medical, and the spay neuter vouchers we provide for the community. All of those things are things that we rely on you to help us pay for. So if you want to help us, and you can volunteer, you can become a foster, and most importantly, you can donate, because that is our need. In the last 2 years, we have been overrun with animals, and we do our very best to take care of them, but it is really hard with the limited funds we have. And in particular, our $400,000 spay neuter cost for last year is a very big number that's not going to change in the near future, because we do not see that there will be a decline in the number of animals coming into the shelter. I mean, we're hopeful that the many spay neuter initiatives that we have will become effective and have a difference in at least the animals coming in. It'd be great if some of them were spayed and neutered versus 90% being intact when they come in. Everything is really expensive. We really rely on our community to help us. And if you want us to continue as we are, as a shelter with an extremely high live release rate, we need your help.
Yeah, we definitely do. Donate, 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 and come adopt. We got a lot of great critters for you. What has been your favorite thing about being a part of Sammie's Friends? Like, what's been the most special or important thing to you?
I would have to say that my favorite part of Sammie's Friends is looking at the adoption numbers. Because that means that we have been successful in what we're doing, and we have placed animals in the appropriate home. And seeing the smiling faces of the volunteers, seeing the dedicated fosters, seeing our board really come to bat for Sammie's Friends, all of those things make an extremely difficult job very rewarding. None of us do it for the money. We all know that, but we are making a tremendous difference. I believe that we have the best shelter that I know of for a community our size in the country. We do amazing work, and we really appreciate everything that all of you do for us.
And Sammie's Friends is a very special place. I started there dog walking, and then, like most of us, because Fran was our first dog walker. Dog walking, and then it just became it really takes over like your like your soul when you work here, and you just become so impassioned by the animals, the staff, and just everybody, and and like how much love we pour into Sammie's Friends and the animals that we have. So it's really,
and I think they feel the animals thank you as well.
Yes, exactly. The animals definitely thank you, and they love when you guys send them treats. That's their favorite thing. Well, all right. Well, this has been lovely. I mean, we've had an awesome Barkathon, guys, and we've had so much fun here today.
Thank you, Nevada County Media. You have been amazing. This has been a really unique event for us, but I had a very great feeling about it, and we had wonderful bands and music and great speakers, and I hope that we can do this again. So please help.
And thank you to all the bands that came out today. The bands were fantastic. We have Edge Tones here right now, and they're still playing, and that's going to be an awesome show. I'm excited to see that. We had a lot of really great. We had our behaviorist out today. We had dog trainers. We had a lot of great people out. And we wanted to thank them for taking their time and coming out and supporting Sammie's Friends.
Stop by, visit us at the shelter, at our thrift store as well, and see the work that we're doing for animals in our community, and the animals thank you.
All right. Well, thank you guys so much. And we're going to wrap it up. Pop over to the Edge Tones, watch them play. And again, thank you guys so much for tuning in. If you came by today, thank you for coming out and supporting us, and we hope to see you at the shelter. I'm Emily again, your host, and
I'm Fran.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Bye. In Nevada County, every day is a second chance. At Sammie's Friends, we rescue, heal, and rehome pets who've been forgotten. Hello, I'm Fran Cole, the Executive Director of Sammie's Friends. We are a nonprofit animal shelter that believes that every animal deserves the opportunity to thrive. Every day, with your help, we help injured, abandoned, and forgotten pets find love and a second chance. From emergency vet care to forever homes, Sammie's Friends is here because people like you care. With your help, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. We can't do this without you. Consider adopting, donating, or volunteering, because every tale deserves a happy ending. In Nevada County, every day is a second chance. At Sammie's Friends, we shelter, heal, and rehome pets who've been forgotten. We're a nonprofit animal shelter in Nevada County, California, and every day we help injured, abandoned, and forgotten pets find love and a second chance. From emergency vet care to forever homes, Sammie's Friends is here because people like you care. From heartbreak to home, with your help, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. Adopt, donate, volunteer, because every tale deserves a happy ending.
In Nevada County, there's a place where tails wag and hearts heal. It's called Sammie's Friends, a nonprofit animal shelter, giving abandoned and injured pets a second chance. From emergency medical care to loving adoptions, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. But they can't do it without you. Donate, adopt, volunteer. Sammie's Friends, because every animal deserves a chance to be loved. Visit sammiesfriends.org.
In Nevada County, every day is a second chance. At Sammie's Friends, we shelter, heal, and rehome pets who've been forgotten. We're a nonprofit animal shelter in Nevada County, California, and every day we help injured, abandoned, and forgotten pets find love and a second chance. From emergency vet care to forever homes, Sammie's Friends is here because people like you care. From heartbreak to home, with your help, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. Adopt, donate, volunteer, because every tale deserves a happy ending. In Nevada County, every day is a second chance. At Sammie's Friends, we shelter, heal, and rehome pets who've been forgotten. We're a nonprofit animal shelter in Nevada County, California, and every day we help injured, abandoned, and forgotten pets find love and a second chance. From emergency vet care to forever homes, Sammie's Friends is here because people like you care. From heartbreak to home, with your help, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. Adopt, donate, volunteer, because every tale deserves a happy ending.
In Nevada County, there's a place where tails wag and hearts heal. It's called Sammie's Friends, a nonprofit animal shelter, giving abandoned and injured pets a second chance. From emergency medical care to loving adoptions, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. But they can't do it without you. Donate, adopt, volunteer. Sammie's Friends, because every animal deserves a chance to be loved. Visit sammiesfriends.org. In Nevada County, there's a place where tails wag and hearts heal. It's called Sammie's Friends, a nonprofit animal shelter, giving abandoned and injured pets a second chance. From emergency medical care to loving adoptions, Sammie's Friends is saving lives every day. But they can't do it without you. Donate, adopt, volunteer. Sammie's Friends, because every animal deserves a chance to be loved. Visit sammiesfriends.org.
Welcome back to Sammie's Friends Barkathon, everybody. I am your host, Emily, and I am here on stage with the amazing Edge Tones. Amazing. And they're here to close out our show for us, and they're going to put on a really great show. We're super excited. We want to thank everybody who came out today and supported Sammie's Friends, everybody at home that was watching. We appreciate you guys so much. We cannot do the work that we do without you guys. And we really, really appreciate everybody's time today. I know a lot of you guys just came out here on your own and just wanted to support us, and that is amazing. So we appreciate you guys so much. So without further ado, here are the Edge Tones. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
1, 2, 1, 2. Can't find nobody, just
Thank you very much. Let's thank Sammie's friends. I think we all have a Sammie's friend story in this town. At least, is that? Oh, that was you.
My wife says that all the time.
Was that you?
Yeah.
That's when you blame it on the dog?
Yeah, that's it. I blame everything on the dog. Which is a good reason to get a dog.
Looking good. Yeah. Dog ate my whole two. Thank you very much. I don't think I have to tell him, but these guys are pretty funny. Who? We've been together for a little bit now, and it's just, you look at them, you never know what you're going to see.
or what
So
you're
you
gonna
just
hear.
laugh.
Or what we're gonna play.
Everybody's got a little place to go. Where to go when we won't be alone. It's a short way up and it's a long way down. Love's rock. Love's rock, yeah. Everybody's rocking in his little tongue. And a hugging and a kissing going. I can't wait for Saturday night. Rock by the clock in the pale moonlight. Lean over, still a kissing there. No, she's steal it right back again. Oh, love's rock. Love's rock, yeah. Everybody's rocking in his very little tongue. Let her hugging and a kissing on. But a long way down. Love's rock. Love's rock, yeah. Everybody's rocking in his very little tongue. Let a hugging and a kissing go. I said a hugging and a kissing going on. 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 Wait, wait.
song by the Paladin.
Dog lovers. Every one of them.
Yeah. Yeah, everyone.
I know.
Yeah, let's don't forget, this whole thing is to donate to Sammie's Friends, right? And let's do that. What do you think there, Paul? Oh, you know.
I think a better thing to spend money on.
That's what I'm talking about.
What breed of dog is that?
It's a mutt.
A mutt.
I sent it out for DNA testing.
Isn't it a Saxon dog of some sort? Jokes get better. Right? Actually, they don't.
Who let the dogs out? Okay. Don't you let her?
1, 2, 1, 2. I've been with you, baby, till the cats come home. Let me get you doing me wrong. Don't you lie to me. Don't you lie to me. Well, you make me mad. I get evil as a man can. 2 cats of people, they just can't stand. Lying woman and a lying man. Don't you lie to me. Don't you lie to me. Well, you mess up, make me mad. I get the evil as a man. Quite contrary, how does your garden grow? You see, they run a feet, pretty man's all in a row, walking the dog, walking the dog. You don't know how to do it, show you how to walk that dog. Everybody's got the shell. Pretty man is all alone. Jeez, is a woman. Don't you wanna go walking the dog? Walking the dog. If you don't know how to do it, show you how to walk the dog. think the dog got away. I think the dog got away.
Might.
Well, who let that dog out?
Dog just got shot.
What was that?
Oh,
Cat fart.
Sorry, that was unintentionally meant to do a barking dog, but it's got a mind of its own.
Yeah, why not? West LA.
All right, here we go. We only did that because this is a pet-related event. And
Kind of did it on the fly, too.
Couldn't remember all those words to that doggone song. For the shelter, 21 rules of one way. Looking for the shelter, 21 rules of one way. Don't wanna buy it, just wanna rent it for a lounge. Made no mistake, walking down the street today. Made no mistake, yeah, walking down the street today. Don't want me to bow, didn't have one good thing to say.
city job, hauling items for the mall. A steady job, yeah, hauling items for the mall. When it was pathetic, you think them boys could have been more copacetic. Need a whiskey, hey girl, already know what you need to know. Need a whiskey, hey girl, already know what you need to know. Make that dressing for nothing, just have fun. All right. Yeah, we didn't write that. Okay.
Yeah, why not? Sure. A little off track, but coming Thursday, we'll be downtown Grass Valley doing the Thursday night marketplace. So,
Come down and bring your dog.
What time?
yeah, 6 to 9. I
Your
believe
new
we
dog
tell,
you're
yeah.
going to get this week.
And the 4th of July, we'll be downtown the 4th of July as well. So, come celebrate with us and dance. We got a dance floor here too.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
If I wasn't doing this, I might be down there. What's that?
Go ahead.
I could.
Yeah, do that, Jeff.
Sure.
Do the pa. Take this badge off of me. I can't use it anymore. Getting dark, too dark to see. Feel like knocking on heaven's door. can't shoot 'em anymore. Big dark clouds coming round. I feel like I'm knocking on heaven's door.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
I just got it at Toys R Us. It was
Okay, man.
It's got a picture of Jeffrey the giraffe on it. Remember that guy?
It's called a wind controller.
Wind.
Yeah, wind controller.
It's called a stick.
Yes, Bia calls it the stick.
It's the stick. I don't know. How much time we got? Let's see. Oh. Wait till you hear what's coming up. Let's do it all the way down the drain.
What do we do?
Let's do it all the way down the drain. Oh. It all went down the drain. I like that.
So I got to be honest, we haven't really played in a while. So this is fun. Turns out it's still fun.
Thank you.
We had so many good times. and so mad. We share the happiness, we share the sad. We suffer all the misery. And since I had you, you had me. And then you saw some friend you wanted to your pretty flesh. It's true in a rain, it all went down the trail. You and I, babe. I got nobody to take your place. I'm not so strong, no, that's it used to be. Not since I had you, you had me. Then you saw something rare that you wanted to see your pretty flesh, like a sewer in the rain. It all went down the drain with you and I, babe. You and I, babe. we should have been. We had happiness, we had sex. We suffered all the misery, yeah. Back when I had you had me. Then you want some prayer, but you want hands to your pretty flesh. Like a sword in the rain, it all went down the drain. You and I, babe. You and I, babe. You and I, baby. Thank you. Let's hear for the dancers out here, huh? Dancing.
Huh? All you ever do is bring me down. All you ever do is bring me down. You know you do. You guys ready?
Yeah.
You make an announcement? What announcement? What announcement?
I can't say the way anymore. Everything so fast by the time ago. I just started drinking too long. I don't think the worst is happening. All you ever do is bring me down, making me a fool of you. May I wonder why we're friends? That's 'cause
Keep it driving, I guess, huh? Or something else. That's just to keep it driving. We warmed up with it.
How about hello till we did the it was a sound check.
Yeah.
Oh, it was sound check.
We're going around.
Okay, we got one more for you here. And once again, you're watching this, streaming, whatever, let's donate to Sammie's Friends. Huh? That's why we're here. Everybody today just donated their time. Everybody, thank you. You know how it works.
Yeah.
If it still works. Okay, I think I'll be all right.
You see a dog, snatch it.
Yourself. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Well, I woke up this morning with my baby on my mind. Well, I woke up this morning with my baby on my mind. I'm gonna pack my suitcase and move it on down the line. I'm gonna drive, gonna drive. I'm gonna drive all night. Keep it driving. Takes all night and day. Gonna see my baby. She's 1,000 miles away. Keep it driving. Gonna get in my car and go down that lonesome highway. Gonna get in my car, go down that lonesome highway. I'm gonna see my baby, she's 1,000 miles away. Keep me driving, gonna drive, gonna drive. I'm gonna drive all night. Keep me driving, it takes all night and day. Gonna see my baby, she's 1,000 miles away. Keep me driving. She's 1,000 miles away. Keep it driving, keep it driving. Gonna drive, keep it driving. Gonna drive, I'm gonna drive all night. Keep it driving, it takes all night and day. Gonna see my baby, she's 1,000 miles away. Keep it driving, I'm gonna see my baby, she's 1,000 miles away. I'm gonna see my baby, she's 1,000 miles away. Keep me driving, All right, speaking of driving, we're out of here. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you next time. Go Sammie's Friends. Yay.